70s kaiju jazz of Masao Yagi's soundtrack for Legend Dinosaurs, I welcome any viewer, both current and future, to another episode of smooth 70s kaiju of Night Owling. And just when I thought everything was going smoothly, I realized I had double audio going on, so sorry for that little bit of echo going on. But speaking of echo, let me see if we're coming out clear by checking my Roku device. There we go. Triple echo. Okay, so I want to apologize to anybody who attended the last couple live streams. Warning, please check your radio. Current resolution is okay. Open widget. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. So the last couple of live streams I've done have been when I was not in the best mood as far as being awake. In fact, I was always sleepy and not doing very well. But we'll see what happens with tonight because we might be having Andres Perez join us in an hour or two. There might be another guest, but I'm going to use this live stream, this impromptu live stream, to take care of a couple of things. See, I was doing so well, and all of a sudden I start hiccuping. Okay, all right, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm going to use this live stream to kind of get some things off my chest. Now, first off, I decided that Live Stream of Consciousness will be the more fun version of these two shows. Live Stream of Consciousness will be the one where we talk about more serious stuff, but at the same time, nothing too major. I noticed we have some people in the audience. There's 4 watching. 2 of those people might be me. But if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them to whoever may be in the chat section. But so getting back to what I've decided, we are going to be doing a live stream of consciousness sometime in later this month or in the very early March. And it's pretty much that show, which true to its title, is just going to mostly be just for fun and enjoyment reasons. This one, though, is going to be a little more, not downplayed, but how can I say, mellow, I think. And also, this might be for true to a lot of late night radio, especially ones that just show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night, like this particular show. We will definitely be doing slightly more serious talk, but I'm not going to go too much into it because we're all stuck inside, at least the smart ones. And already 2 people have left. I ruined that. But yeah, so I'm going to take this tonight's opportunity to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only am I going to do a late night live stream for anybody who wants to listen in later, but also I'm going to cover some questions that were given to me recently. And we're down to only 1 person watching. That person is me. Okay, we might be getting a title guest soon. And when he shows up, we'll use his title card. Brayton, no offense, I can't find your title card right now. Since I'm going to be up in the long haul, I will invite you pretty soon. But go ahead and call me whenever you're ready, if you're listening to this. In fact, I should put that on text. All right. Call me when ready. Okay, so let me see if I can try to find that title card of his. But this is the original Night Owling title card, which was deliberately done to be minimalistic. And I also use one of my more favorite things I like to do, just random pictures of stars and whatnot. I might feature more of those in future episodes, but as it stands now, nah, we'll just stick with this one for now. And again, Brayton made a really good title card for me. But I can't find that title card right now. So, let's see if we can find it. But yeah, I have plans to do a full live stream of consciousness in early March. And that will just be a very long one where just a bunch of friends can just come together and enjoy each other's company. I found it. Okay. So let's check. Alright. I will change the title card when our possible first guest comes in. If not, I'll change it around the hour mark, just as a visual indicator for myself and future references. So yeah, okay. No more dabbling around the bush. We are Livestream of Consciousness will have its first episode of 2021 come in uh, either in late February or early March. I was thinking of doing something for my birthday as far as live streams goes, which is going to be the 18th, but I decided not to because I really don't know what that day is going to be like, and if somebody else has plans for me, I ain't going to ruin it for them in a sense. But thanks to our possible first guest, Brayton of Branzant Films, there is a very special, roughly hour-long special that will be airing on this channel, possibly sometime over the weekend, if not sometime closer to my birthday on the 18th, if not sooner. But it will have a timer code and a reminder, so hopefully everyone will see it. And I plan on most likely next Saturday, it's going to have a proper premiere around 5 o'clock my time. I'm in California. Um, but that will also count as 8 o'clock to anybody else in the Eastern time, 7 o'clock. I can't do time zones off the top of my head. But it's we're gonna keep it a surprise for now, unless Brayton likes to. Brayton comes aboard and just screams it out loud. But yes, if anybody wants to join us, go right ahead. It's pretty late, so I don't think we'll be getting very much guests. So I'll use this opportunity, like I said, to kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, okay, sorry, I'm repeating myself here. Probably the first signs that it's too late for me to do anything, but that's what I love about this show. Because it does remind me of a lot of the late night talk shows and late night radio shows that you used to find all over the place on television and other media. And unfortunately, that's slowly going away, largely because I guess the monopolizing of entertainment. Like remember back in the old days when you had multiple channels that were all independent from each other, and you had a wider variety of shows and movies to enjoy. And now today, it seems that you have a billion, 900 channels or 100 channels, but they all more or less air the exact same things because they're all connected to the same major companies who only allow a certain number or number of titles from the main company to be aired, or they're all connected to a syndication package. That's why you find the Big Bang Theory practically on every network everywhere, even streaming services, and it really is becoming disappointing. There are options to find movies here and there, but even those are becoming less and less these days. And not only that, but I was thinking about that with the recent close down of Blue Sky Studios. Yes, they never really made anything too significant, and unfortunately, I've yet to see their Peanuts movie, even though I've heard a lot of really good things about it. And I do have a screener copy of it, thanks to a friend of mine who works in the business who just gave it to me for free and says, I think you will enjoy this, and I will watch it. And unfortunately, I have not watched it. I want to thank this friend, Miss Annie. We sometimes babysit our kids, Michael. It was because of the screener she gives us that I also have official DVD copies, semi-official, of the Amazon Prime Tick Show, which I utterly adored and was so heartbroken when it was canceled by season 2, only to be replaced by the bizarrely more pedestrian and mainstream safe The Boys. And also a DVD, pretty decent semi-official DVD copy of Good Omens, which I just adore, which I both adore it. See, the reason I bring up the Amazon version of The Tick and Good Omens, along with a current show that I just instantly fell in love with on Sci-Fi Channel of all things, and this is coming from somebody who many, many years ago, possibly a decade at least, decided to say no to Sci-Fi Channel ever again. That's Resident Alien, which is currently airing right now. And while it's nowhere near as wacky as Invader Zim, if you wanted to kind of get the most lovable alien invader since Invader Zim, only Alan Tudyk, the well beloved character actor, is the only man to do it. Not only did Alan Tudyk is he portraying the most lovable alien invader since Invader Zim on television, and perhaps way more sweet than Zim ever was. Let's face it, Zim blew up a kid with robot eyes once. Um, that leave it to Alan Tudyk to also have me come back and enjoy a television series on Sci-Fi Channel of all things, a network that I completely abandoned for numerous reasons. Oddly enough, the killing blow for me wasn't all those god awful Sci-Fi Channel movies of the week, but also just God, the commercial breaks on that show. Like, as much as I love Resident Alien, it's kind of sad that the episodes are only 40 minutes to 43 minutes long, and they do feature some pretty lousy commercial breaks. I remember once I was trying to watch a movie on their network, and all of a sudden they get into a 12-minute paid program in the middle of a commercial break from a movie that was only 90 minutes long, stretched out to an hour and a half. And you have to remember, a lot of these Sci-Fi Channel television shows are only like 40 to 43 minutes. Sometimes you might get 48 or 48 minutes, but for the most part, that's 20 minutes out of an hour of just commercials. And the Sci-Fi Channel is particularly bad at that. And I don't know why, if they have some kind of dark deal with all the commercial companies, or sci-fi shows are that ridiculously expensive to air and maintain. Hence the reason why the Sci-Fi Channel decided to, for a brief time, branch out and try to do non-science fiction programming. Hence the reason they were for a little while, the number one spot where you can see WWE wrestling. No offense if you're a wrestling fan, but that would be like trying to find romantic Ewardian drama airing 24 hours a day on the El Rey network. Rest in peace, El Rey network. Apparently they're going down. They're going away too. But the reason I bring up Resident Alien, Amazon Prime's The Tick, and also weird lately. So OBS reconnected successfully. Okay. Yeah, no. This is insane. Yeah, YouTube has been very weird lately, and I know a lot of my other friends have had troubles with their streams of late, but I'm just going to keep going ahead. So, yeah, Good Omens, Amazon's The Tick. I almost said the P word. um, I Freudian slip, or just me not being very good at communicating. I will take the latter. Um, Good Omens, The Tick, and Resident Alien. They are proof that you can do action, adventure, sci-fi, comedy shows with drama, of course, and do it extremely well without having to resort to animation as an alternative to live action. And it's so sad too, because these shows do more with what they are than, say, a lot of the live action shows that are currently airing on CW based on superhero properties, where they claim they want to. Where I know that CW's main bread and butter is interpersonal drama between characters, hence why there's so many teen dramas going on. But I also, and hence the reason these interpersonal dramas take a front seat spotlight, and all these science fiction fantasy elements take a distant back, because technically these shows are being made for people who don't really care about science fiction and superheroes, and that would be great in its own right. More power to you if you're not into that crap, but you don't mind it being the window dressing, if you will. But also, it's obvious they do it just to kind of save budget, and also I think a lot of times the people just don't get the material. So isn't that weird about Hollywood? They just keep putting the wrong people in charge of the right things, and the right things in charge of the wrong people, if that makes any sense. It's like sometimes it works. Sometimes you can find a writer who's never done science fiction but is very good at writing stories regardless. Then you might find somebody who is really good at writing but is horrible at science fiction, and then you end up with the current Twilight Zone, which just comes up with some of the dumbest ideas, even by the standards of the original Twilight Zone, which was more of a cartoonish fantasy when you really think about it. There was rarely any true science fiction going on. It was all O. Henry fantasies that wouldn't even fly in a cartoon sense. But the writing and the performances and production was really good. New Twilight Zone, however, kind of fails on many regards. We might get into that more with Brayton if he shows up. Now, it was recently announced that the CW wants to do a live action take on the Powerpuff Girls. And apparently, the pitch is that it's going to be them as older girls, either in their late teens or young adults, most likely late teens, because heaven forbid there's a television show out there that doesn't involve high school in some form or another. And I am being biased because I never went to high school. Thank God I was sent to homeschooling due to just how rough the school system was getting, and especially how rough it was towards me, both through excessive bullying and just the system itself constantly putting me in the wrong classes at the wrong time. So yeah, of course, like most homeschooling kids, there's always I get that horrible look that, oh, you went homeschooling, oh, you must be diseased or something, that kind from a lot of regular folks. And I understand it's not very good, although thankfully I did come off a lot better than some of the acquaintances I used to know who went to school. It's like, oh my God, there's horror stories. But that was like the mid '90s when that all happened. But yeah, the Powerpuff tangent time here at Inshoma's Corner. The Powerpuff Girls is getting a live action series where they're apparently older girls, young women, most likely, who regret having wasted their childhood fighting crime, which doesn't make sense if you're actually familiar with the original shows because the little girls they balance out their childhood fun and whimsy with the epic fights and sometimes even mix in between. It's like many but I can understand that kind of regret. It's like sort of like what they handled in Steven Universe Future very well, of just having the trauma of being a chosen one, saving the universe, even knowing everything came out perfectly at the end or pretty positively at the end. You're still suffering from the trauma of going through a lot of nightmarish nonsense. It's like somebody who probably went to war and didn't suffer anything too serious, but they were still around a lot of violence and if not loud noises, instruction, and perhaps the worst of human beings on both ends to kind of fundamentally change them or at least irk them. And if you've been in a truly traumatic situation, it can affect you on a permanent level. So see how fun this show is? We're talking about all sorts of positive, wonderful things. Oh my God. Anyways, please check video. Hold on, I gotta stream health warning. Please check this video resolution. The current resolution is not optimal. Well, I don't know how to change it because you don't really make it easy, do you, YouTube? Oh my goodness. Okay. As long as the streaming going, if we get completely booted off, you'll know why, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick drink because my throat is parched. What is this? What is tonight's sponsors? First Street Strawberry Watermelon Sparkling Water. Flavored sparkling water beverage without other natural flavors. Sugar-free, caffeine-free. Mmm. 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 Perfect. I have been drinking a lot of water and sparkling water. Recommended by my friends Brayton and Andres, who says it's a great way to balance out or diminish the sodium/salt in meals when you have your body. So if I'm like having like say vegetable and beef soup for dinner, I don't drink soda or juice or something with that. In fact, it's best to kind of stay away from soda. You can occasionally enjoy it, but not on a near weekly basis. And then I just drink either regular water or this wonderful sparkling stuff. And First Street has some really good choices here. Unfortunately, I think Walmart probably has the best sparkling water, but like most sparkling water, it's like $1 for a fairly small bottle. And we haven't been to Walmart in since March of 2020. Oh, I miss going to regular stores and so many restaurants and theaters I used to visit all the time throughout 2019 have either closed down or moved away. So I'm I'm honestly hoping this pandemic disappears, but we'll see what the landscape will look like after the fact. Nothing but an endless sea of Starbucks and Big Bang theories, that's for sure. Mm. This stuff's great. If there was a camera on it, you'd be seeing my very happy face right now. Nah? Happy. Okay. So, so I'm not excited about this live action version of the Powerpuff Girls, especially after how the franchise was kind of heavily dumbed down and just poorly. Uh, well, I've never really been a big Powerpuff Girls fan to begin with, but the sense of adventure with comedy and charming characters, both the heroes and the bad guys, have always been kind of a selling point for me at least. And I would definitely check out the show when nothing else. Well, I would check out the show more often than I would imagine, but I never made it a big deal to catch each and every episode when it came on. Um, so the idea they're doing a live action version just sounds like they just have the property and they're just going to do another basic CW show with nothing but interpersonal drama, really pathetic special effects, and a complete disregard or disrespect for whatever made the show originally unique. Now, I understand that there is no way in hell that you could bring a lot of the Powerpuff Girls' more insane ideas to the live action television. Even though we have shows like Resident Alien, Tick, Good Omens, and I will even mention The Orville. All four of those shows show you can really do good action, adventure, comedy dramas with science fiction and fantasy elements well on television. Um, I wish they could. I really would like to see like a proper superhero comedy done with that good flair and with a property that's more beloved than, unfortunately, the obscurity that the Tick has found itself in recently. But I feel it's just going to be something similar to, say, um, oh god, what was that terrible Archie show that's so popular right now? Ugh, I don't know what, whatever, the Archie show that, I don't know. It's just all this rebooting just to make these really banal and pessimistic shows that just appeal to the mainstream. But I don't know what is with you guys enjoying so much dark and terrible things. It's like, can't we just have a decent Superman adventure that doesn't involve him feeling alienated because, he's an alien? I don't know. I wish I knew. But then again, it's like, I think Red Letter Media put it correctly that a lot of these shows and movies, whether they're like the best or the worst, it appeals to mainstream audiences on an emotional level. So, like, Doctor Who can completely bypass any scientific explanation for anything that's happening. Um, but as long as the Doctor and his friends are okay and there's some touching moments, the audience will eat it up. And I've been guilty of that myself, too. So, now, with that said, the fate of the Powerpuff Girls in this possible new series is also something that's kind of giving me the scares when it comes to the possibility that we might get a fully American-made Power Rangers series. And this is what I was talking about, the kill one bird with two stones. I'm going to act, recently, Andres Perez tagged me in a kaiju video where you're supposed to pick five other people while answering questions from the person who previously picked you out. Now, if Brayton comes aboard, I'm going to definitely stop this experiment and maybe save it for another episode of Livestream of Consciousness. But as it stands, I'm going to take this time and answer some of the questions, which I will either re-edit or redub for a later video, for the official video. So this is sort of the rough draft. Now, the reason I brought up things like the Powerpuff Girls and, of course, um, a similar terrible situation happened to the current state of Supergirl. Started out as a very fun series with just likable characters, drama, and superheroics. But now it's like last time I checked, it's almost nothing but the interpersonal melodrama and some really, really terrible ideas. I don't know. It's just amazing how shows quickly fall apart, especially when they're a part of the CW. And it's funny too because the Tick and Good Omens and Resident Alien and the Orville, there's shows that don't mind leaning into the fantasy elements and weird creature characters, even if those weird creature characters are brought to life through means outside of computer generated animation that includes less than convincing costumes and puppets. But at least there's something there that gives more screen time for these characters to be characters, as opposed to, say, Gorilla Grodd and King Shark and The Flash or Arrow, where you barely, the CGI is so bloody expensive, you barely see the characters, and if they do get any character development, it's just like It's like they're conveniently hiding in like the little shadows or behind something talking. It's pretty pathetic, to be honest. Oh my goodness. And I'm afraid that, yeah, I highly doubt the Powerpuff Girls reboot is going to have a Mojo Jojo CGI character, or even Mojo Jojo in general, without, him disguised as a human, or maybe put his brain inside a human body. Or if he is a gorilla, it's conveniently hidden until, like, the end of the episode where you get, like, maybe 15 seconds of CGI animation. I don't know. But it is a shame that with the Powerpuff Girls, if you went with the comedy route, that all the aforementioned shows I've praised, you could get away with like not very convincing creature suits or makeups for some of the characters. But I don't think the CW is that clever, and you can just see the kind of degradation of many of their shows to prove that fact. Again, Supergirl started out so wonderfully optimistic and unique, a good balance between the melodrama that CW is famous for and the superheroics we haven't really seen since Lois and Clark and even Superboy, which wasn't that bad of a show, at least from my nostalgic memories. If I revisit now, I'd be like, oh my god, what am I looking at here? Ah! Ah! That kind of nonsense. But oh, this show. This is why I kind of like to bring other people aboard, because I do a lot better than when I try to just. I get a little anxious when it's just me here. But the reason I bring up the Powerpuff Girls is in relation to something else, and it's a part of the questions that Andres shared with me. And one of those questions he mentioned. Let me bring up the image. What are your thoughts on Hasbro's Power Rangers no longer relying on Super Sentai stock footage? There was a time in my life where I think the idea of going fully American Power Rangers would have been very appealing, in a sense that we would have been freed from some of the limitations the Super Sentai footage had. But as Power Rangers continued on, it became more of its own thing, even knowing that the Super Sentai did still prove to be a major part of the production, because despite them having it down to a science in Japan, the whole tokusatsu, giant monsters, robots, model buildings, it's something that's almost impossible to do here in America without breaking the bank on a single episode. Now, and I think that's the only reason Power Rangers have lasted so long in America, especially, is because it is relatively low budget to produce, because most of the work has already been done overseas, even if you take that stuff and make it your own here in America. But for a while, Power Rangers was becoming a little more ambitious here in America, probably because of all the money they saved. And there was a good run of shows where they got away with doing a lot of spectacular stunts and explosions and original character designs and creatures on their side of production. Not always. The fact that we've rarely, if ever, had original giant robots in Power Rangers from the American side is proof of that. And if we had, there were something as simple as a pre-existing Zord either being renamed into a second character from the character that was originally supposed to represent. See the Life Force Megazord from Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue. So the idea of the show itself going fully American now leaves me with a lot of concern, especially considering how Hasbro has been kind of treating the franchise. They've been kind of ignoring all the less marketable, yet arguably more superior seasons, and only focusing on the first of the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger phase. You can especially see it in the comic books, which just really screams of just like, oh my god, edgy fanboy, oh god, fan fiction. It's like it's sort of the same problem that's happened to the Kamen Rider franchise, where in Kamen Rider there was a wide variety of different villains and challenges the heroes would face. Now today, because it sells more toys and because it's more popular with the fans, Kamen Rider is always fighting other evil Kamen Riders, and any other villain or threat or challenge that shows up is either pushed aside, or if there is a antagonist outside the evil rider, it's usually an evil human, because they're easier to produce, and it's typical modern day Hollywood writing, Japanese melodrama writing too, of man is the real monster, that kind of nonsense, which doesn't make sense when you're also fighting against aliens who can blow up the earth just by thinking about it. It's like, Yeah, I think the jerk with the knife or the gun is a little less scary at the moment because we got a freaking alien. So, oh my goodness. So I fear that if we do get a fully American Power Ranger series, it might be, as Andres put it, way too much melodramatic interpersonal drama going on. A lot of cliches that goes with high school narratives. Oh, I'm fighting against a supernatural army who can suck souls just by looking at us and have already destroyed half the planet Earth. But they're nothing compared to prom. It's like, yeah. Oh my God. Clearly, most writers in Hollywood had really good high schools. To think that prom is a lot worse than what I just announced. That'd be like if God, that would be like writing a World War II drama where the horror of war takes a distant back seat to two lovers in a cave, and they betray their countries. They betray the good country, just to stay selfish together. It's like, but that would never happen in a mainstream Hollywood movie. No, not ever. Irony. There's an ironic joke there. The English patient. Cough, cough. Um, so I feel that would be something very similar to that. Not only that, but a lot of the more imaginative elements that have always made Power Rangers terribly cheesy but also appealing, especially for a giant monster robot fan like myself, will be discarded. There'll be way too much of an emphasis on the marketable Mighty Morphin Power Ranger phase, so expect a reboot of the first three seasons, or like a more grim, dark version of whatever the heck they were trying to do with Power Rangers Megaforce, which is like as bad as you think Power Rangers can get. If you're not a Power Ranger fan, trust me, it can get even worse. Like Power Rangers Megaforce is everything you think Power Rangers is, taken up to 11, and not in a good way if you think that sounds fun. So it's like Power Rangers for dummies, and that's saying a lot considering that this is a franchise who. It's funny how the producers of Power Rangers will always complain about, oh, we can't do anything dramatic or serious because we're always limited by the Super Sentai footage. Yet you look at something like Power Rangers RPM, which went out of its way to make it its own unique thing separate from the original series it was based on, which I believe it was called Goanger. Yet it still dabbled in the same kind of comical silliness that the Japanese original was infamous for. It's like some of the jokes were really good. Like, why the heck does our battle armor look like spandex? They're not spandex, damn it. But then again, it's like, did we really have to have like in episode 5 or 3, I think, an extended sight gag filled talent show that felt as embarrassing, if not more so, than the superhero talent show that was seen in Mystery Men? I don't know. It just. That also means that if, oh god, a fully American Power Rangers would also mean a lack of monsters or interesting villains outside maybe a rebooted version of Lord Zed, Goldar, and Reed Repulsa, and that's it. And I like Power Rangers very much just because of the weird, insane variety of monsters they would give us. But also, it is kind of sad how the monsters don't really matter. It's a problem with the Super Sentai side. Power Rangers makes it even more so. And I understand a lot of the original Japanese shows were only monsters of the week, which is weird because you think if these shows aren't as big budget as you think bringing back villains every once in a while would be a great alternative to creating a brand new one every week, even if the shortcut is just to recycle the monster suits over and over again to make new monsters. So, but yeah, it's some Super Sentai shows went out of their way to make interesting villains. It's like, oh god, I know I'm gonna butcher the word, and Andres is gonna yell at me for it. Kyuryuger, aka Dinosaur Samba Dancing Sentai, that really did great with its group of villains, both the lead group of villains and also the recurring monsters. Like a lot of the monsters made more than one appearance throughout the series, complete with like actual personalities that made them more entertaining to see come back. And I think a lot of that is going to be lost with a purely American Power Rangers, and we're just going to get a weekly television version of the 2017 Power Rangers, which I know didn't set the box office on fire, but it got a lot of raving reviews from Power Ranger fans because I think they prefer the kind of high school teen angst stuff and they just ignore the martial arts giant robot stuff. And when that does appear, when it did appear in the 2017 movie, it was just embarrassing. It's like, I don't know. So in other words, 20 episodes of just teenagers with angsty interpersonal drama, and then maybe something supernatural happened at the season finale, and then we'll promise something cool in the season finale, but nothing will happen. We'll go back to square one. It'll be interpersonal drama and very little special effects and supernatural stuff until maybe the season finale over and over and over again. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. If they make like a really imaginative, well-produced animated series and do a more intelligent version of the kind of insane campiness and science fiction wackiness that the series is known for, but flip it on its head and kind of do it with with cleverness, even if it is evolving, winking to the camera. Like, we know it's cheesy, but at the same time we're going to embrace it. Like, if you did Power Rangers with the Guardians of the Galaxy route, I think it would come out really well. Unfortunately, um, yeah, I don't see it. I really don't see it ending at all well. So I know Hasbro will probably do a better job than when Disney acquired the license and they just eventually decided, screw it. It's like, why do we keep making new shows? Let's just take the first season and add digital sparkles over it. Hence the all the if you go to Netflix and they show you a fourth season of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, that's actually just the first season repackaged for modern audiences. So there's a lot of weird digital transitions and other stuff that's thrown in just to kind of make it look neater. It's sort of like how music videos back on MTV back in the day, they could air for months on end, but at a time you had to stop airing them. So what they did is they just took the music video and gave it more special effects and more editing tricks. So you're basically putting a second version of the same music video to have it play longer. The music video for Black Hole Sun, for example, that was very popular on MTV, but it run its course. In order to keep it airing, which I think they had to do for legal reasons, they went back and added more really distracting digital effects to an already weird special effects filled music video. And what you ended up with something that was a lot less appealing than the original. Sort of like a much lazier version of the Star Wars special editions for you millennial kids who never seen movies past the year 2001. So no one in the chat now, but we do have 3 people watching, although 2 of them is probably me. If there is anybody there who wants to ask questions, by all means, you're more than welcome to. I don't know if we're going to have any guests, but I'm going to check with Brayton one last time because we're reaching the hour mark, and maybe him going off would be a great alternative to me taking another drink break. Thanks to our sponsor, First Street Strawberry Watermelon. Mmm. 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 That's great. That's wonderful. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to the future Power Rangers. The only thing that might be interesting is that maybe a greater control over the ideas and concepts. But yeah, you just have to see how kind of angsty and unimaginative the comic book series are, which apparently sell well enough with the fans. The Power Ranger fans, no offense to you, but I really think you're like comic book fans. You really don't like half this stuff, minus the scary, edgy stuff that makes you feel adult. And of course, knowing American fantasy shows, it probably be very boring, unimaginative, and lacking. Like, I know special effects are expensive, but come on, do something better than having every monster or supernatural being just conveniently disguised as a human for the full hour. It's like that's as ridiculous as, oh no, we're fighting an invisible monster and not even doing like clever special effects to show the monster is there. So I don't know. It's just, oh god, it sucks. Like, we are, like, a lot of people say this is a golden age of television, and yet, as bad as some of the Irwin Allen shows could be, at least they were more imaginative, ambitious than what we're seeing now. It's like Doctor Who is like the only series I know that kind of balances imagination with good production. Unfortunately, that's a show from Britain, and it's a series that hasn't been doing very well lately. I have absolutely nothing against the female Doctor Jodie Whittaker, but if you were to ask me what's the problems with current Doctor Who, a lot of people will say that it's too political. It's too, to quote the terrible slang term, woke. I say absolutely not. I think the new Doctor Who is way too pessimistic and in its own weird way very apolitical. It's like a 1950s science fiction movie under the Hays Code where everything has to be put back to the status quo. So if there is something political, even if it's optimistic, positive, or progressive going on, like say a scientist who accidentally creates a monster that meant to do so under, well-meaning circumstances, because he never really committed any horrible crimes in his own right, but he still ends up getting killed, and plus his secret is lost with him because he dabbled in God's domain and had to suffer the price. When in reality, it's Hays coding for he stepped out of line and tried to help other people. So screw him. That's not the American capitalist way. And I kind of get the same feeling with the current state of Doctor Who. But more to the point, the current state of Doctor Who is way too pessimistic, way too negative. It's like one of the great things about Doctor Who is he's a traveler of time and space, and he can go anywhere and have any kind of adventure. One season you can be in the middle of the French Revolution, staring down a guillotine. Next moment you're up in space, either helping an alien civilization, or in some cases you're actually preventing the French Revolution from getting worse at the hands of an alien invader. A wide variety of different stories you can play around with, from the lighthearted to the dark, from the nightmarish to the dreamlike. Unfortunately, the thing I've noticed with modern day Doctor Who is that when the showrunner is in charge, they heavily alter everything to kind of fit their worldview. Now, nothing wrong with that if you're trying to make a show yours, but it also kind of goes against the idea of what makes Doctor Who so interesting. You can have this wide variety of different adventures. We have there's an argument going on outside. So, Los Angeles. Anybody who says this is a liberal wonderland is a fool. It's like there are so many homeless people just walking the streets. So yeah, the problem with the new Doctor Who though is like it's way too pessimistic. I think it's mostly because of Chris Chibnall. Now I know he's done scripts before for the series, and I actually enjoyed those episodes a lot, especially Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, which was just pure adventure fluff, but it was good adventure fluff. Um, but now think about it, I think a lot of the ideas that were probably done originally before he took over as showrunner was hampered by Stephen Moffat's need to do fairy tale like fantasy with all his episodes, even episodes that absolutely didn't call for it. And this is coming from somebody who really liked the Rings of Aten, or however you say that. The one about the little girl fighting the mummy in the alien world with the giant evil planet. Doctor Who's weird. But yeah, the current state of Doctor Who under Chris Chibnall is just way too pessimistic. For example, every world they visit is some variation of a post-apocalyptic Earth, or at least a post-apocalyptic planet or a failed planet, thanks to the apocalyptic actions of human beings. And in every story, regardless where they go to, there's always that narrative, man is the real monster, because we have to put in a cynical cipher character, even if it just shows up out of nowhere, showing just how horrible humanity can be, especially compared to the monster. Now, that would be great for a couple episodes here and there, but when it's every freaking episode of Doctor Who, when it's every episode is you go to a post-apocalyptic world, you go to a dystopia created by man, there's a horrible alien monster there, but there's an even worse human who makes it even worse. And when every episode ends with the doctor reluctantly kills the monster but allows the human villain to run away scot-free, even if it's like the whole fixed point in time nonsense, it just really just becomes depressing. And I think that's one of the main reasons the new series isn't doing bad in ratings. It's doing okay in ratings, but it's not the same level that we had when David Tennant was the Doctor, and when Russell T Davis and Stephen Moffat were in charge. But no, the new Doctor Who series just feels very unfocused. Like a lot of cool ideas are introduced, but um, they're immediately discarded for like a plot twist or a really crappy conclusion. Like the more I think about it, the like I'm disappointed with what Chris Chibnall did with the Doctor Who's origins as the timeless child, but that offends me a lot less now in retrospect than the idea that we had a really cool villain in the form of the lone Cyberman, um, who was just one of the coolest villain ideas in a long time. A Cyberman who basically is a freak even amongst his own people and scares other Cybermen, which sounds a little fanficky, but it works beautifully, especially with that wonderful design of the villain and the actor playing him, only to like get it hijacked by the master, and then we're off to a completely different plot that ruins that really awesome character with 2 episodes prior. And I feel that's the problem with the current Doctor Who. It's very unfocused. It's haphazardly written, but it's more nihilistic, bizarrely pessimistic, and more so bizarrely apolitical in that same regard. So it's again, it's like I'm kind of reminded of the a lot of 1950s science fiction movies where characters who generally mean to do good but are kind of weird, kind of offbeat or freakish always meet horrific ends. Both because that was kind of a cliche back then, but also because there was probably some influence to kind of stay to the status quo. Um, as far as mainstream storytelling went. So yeah, it didn't matter if the scientist was a sweetheart who accidentally made a mistake or if he was a pure bastard, they still have to die at the end of the episode because that's how I feel about Doctor Who. It's like you see a lot of the same cliches over and over again in every episode, even the ones Chris Chibnall didn't write. You feel that, as an editor, he just throws in a lot of his own pessimism in there. And it's kind of similar to Eric Sayward when he was the editor for Doctor Who during the 80s, when he was in charge of a lot of stories during the Peter Davison Fifth Doctor and the Colin Baker Sixth Doctor era. Where when Eric Sayward actually gave a damn about the script, he would create some really good stories. But Eric Sayward had a very dark sense of humor, and even more so, an even darker, more nihilistic take on existence. Period. Now, hold on, I'm gonna take a drink. Now, that might not seem like too bad of an idea, but it's executed poorly. And I think Clever Dick Films and their series of Doctor Who documentaries brought up a very good point when talking about the Colin Baker era, that Eric Sayward was so disinterested with the lead doctor that the doctor always took a distant backseat to whatever horrible world he created, and he would fill it with too much death and destruction to the point where it just becomes tiring after a while. If you got to destroy into like if you're doing a science fiction drama and every once in a while a planet gets destroyed with an entire species of people on it, that's acceptable because you're in the middle of a battle between good and evil, there's me lost. But when it's every episode where the doctor and his companion ends up on a planet, meets a bunch of characters, but all those characters are going to die at the end, that might work for a black comedy, especially a story like Revelation of the Daleks, which is a pitch black comedy, but it's done perfectly because it's filled with a lot of really cool characters. We see their fates coming a mile away, but we still spend a lot of good time in this weird, interesting world. That's Eric Sayward at his best, but it's also, still suffers from a lot of the things that made Eric Sayward so bad. A disinterest with the Doctor who doesn't meet the world or the characters until halfway in the story. Relatively halfway. It's not as bad in Revelation and Daleks than it will be in other stories. And also just, a need to just kill characters left and right, either because the writer is unimaginative and doesn't know what to do with the character, or they're just kind of needlessly bloodthirsty in the body count. It's sort of like a horror movie where, like a Sci-Fi Channel original horror movie where our breeding pair is okay at the end, but we got to kill off each and every character along the way, and in pretty pathetic and embarrassing ways. It's like, hi, I know I've been a very competent soldier who's been with the lead heroes for this whole time, but I think I will just split up and go investigate over there by myself without telling anyone else. Oh, I'm dead. And it just gets ridiculous. And of course, like especially during the Peter Davison Fifth Doctor era, every planet he visited always ended up blowing up at the end, with an entire species of innocent and not so innocent creatures dying along the way. And it's like, I know that the new Doctor Who kind of revisits, like, wherever the Doctor goes, death follows. No, it's like wherever, who, depending on who writes the show, death follows. So I feel that we're kind of suffering from the same depressing, nihilistic lows that we have suffered with Eric Sayward at his worst, and that's what we're doing with Chris Chibnall. Now, from what I understand, Chris Chibnall, he is definitely a liberal, but he's one of those bleeding heart liberals, and that I really don't want to like. I like liberals, but there are some of them who are just so. It's weird. They claim to think of it like a PETA ad where they want to help save the animals, but the commercials they make are so obnoxiously nasty and vicious. I know animal cruelty is horrific, but when they go out of their way to make it that dark and nasty and pathetic, it just gets to the point where you almost want to ignore the actual issue just to kind of get away from just the screaming darkness of it all. It's like it's like, say, like, it's like when it's cool you're a vegetarian, but you don't have to treat me like I'm the worst person in the world because I'm not a vegetarian like you. That kind of mentality. And I get that feeling with Chris Chibnall. Like, he's been really disappointed with the state of the world in the last 3 years, and hence it reflects terribly in both the scripts he's directly responsible for, as well as his need as a showrunner. And of course, it also doesn't help that he introduced some really kind of, maybe, I don't know, the whole thing about the Timeless Child. I think that was his attempt to try to add a new layer to Doctor Who. And while I've kind of calmed down to the Timeless Child, and I know some YouTubers who love Doctor Who have brought up some really cool aspects about the Timeless Child narrative that I didn't notice, and it's like, oh, that is clever. Hey, Shay Smithers. Hey, what the heck are you doing up this late, Raph? Laugh out loud. Doctor Who's change in showrunner is definitely reason for its current state. Chris Chibnall really only took the job out of obligation. He didn't really want the position necessarily. That's a good point, Shay Smithers. Because again, getting back to Ed Sayward, I think I got his Edward Sayward. No, Ed Sayward, the guy who wrote Doctor Who during the Peter Davison, the script editor for Doctor Who during the Peter Davison and the Colin Baker era. You can tell that when he was disinterested with something, he really only gave it 50% in the writing, especially during the Colin Baker Sixth Doctor era, where, oh my God, where he didn't like Colin Baker so much that often the Doctor wouldn't show up to the adventure until like way into the second episode. And you gotta remember, back then during the Colin Baker era, Doctor Who episodes were only two parts, 40-minute episodes each. So yeah, the Doctor doesn't show up until the middle of the second act, where he doesn't affect the narrative whatsoever, and horrible things happen regardless. So yeah, Sayward and Chibnall, I think they suffer from the same thing, that they're doing this job they don't really want, and it's really reflecting poorly in the show. So hold on, I'm gonna say hello. Hey there, man. Hey there, man. Ask questions away, because we can see you now. Okay. Sorry, Shay Smithers, if you had to leave and I was just rambling and didn't see you there. I'll try to be good for anybody else who comes on board. But yeah, I think that's definitely, like, Chris Chibnall just really, really. Well, let me see. Was I supposed to call Brayton, or is Brayton supposed to call me? I'm gonna scream at him if that's the case. Was I supposed to call you? If it's gonna be another one of that discommunication things, I'm just like, you little pixie, I'm gonna get you. Oh my goodness. Call me when you're ready. No, I think he's still busy. Like Brayton, he stays up pretty late on my end. Okay, with that says though, I'm gonna, now that I have the change, I'm gonna change the title card. This is the version of Night Owling that Brayton made for the show. It's more humorous than the minimalistic mellowness that I wanted with the original concept, but it's there now, so why not? But yeah, no, Shay Smithers, I think you picked it out perfectly because yeah, when Chris Chibnall is just writing stories individually, he comes up with some pretty decent stuff, even if they are wonky in the execution. But at the same time, it's like, oh my goodness, yeah, is Nita showrunner has been pretty terrible, and it's sad too because okay, Shay Smithers says I'm still here for a little while. I'm not normally up this late. It's okay, Shay. It's like I'm starting to regret doing a podcast this late too. Um, but yeah, no, it's like yeah, Doctor Who has become way too depressing for its own good, and not in a good way either. It's like, yeah, I understand some stories definitely have a very strong emotional beat, like the Demons of Punjab. I'm probably saying that wrong. Or the episode where the Doctor meets Rosa Parks. But other times it just feels like, you know, I don't want to use the terminology, especially since, we're less than a month away from the Capitol being attacked by a bunch of psychopaths who voted for a fellow psychopath because it made them feel good. But, yeah, it just feels like a lot of depressing liberal nightmare feel stuff going on in the show. And Doctor Who I think, should be a good mix of the light and the darkness, not within single episodes, but spread it throughout the different stories. Because when you think about when every story is dark, brooding, and terrible, what is the point of the Doctor traveling through the universe or anybody wanting to travel with him? It's like the end of Resurgence of the no, not Resurgence. What was that? Revenge. Oh darn it! What was the name of that Doctor Who story where everybody died? That narrows it down to none. All right, let me take a quick drink. Uh-oh. Speak of the devil, my dog, Nippo, who's referenced in the title card, he's up and about, so if you hear dogs screaming, you'll know why. Yeah, Dalek stories. Because there was that one infamous story that Eric Sayward wrote, which apparently had a massive body count and resulted in fell asleep in bed, too tired tonight. Okay, I guess we're not having Brayton tonight. Okay then. Alright, so since I have a little dog that needs to go out, I'm going to go to our music choices right now. Let me see if I can just pick something random. That's the problem with playing. Like, I love the idea that I can do this like a late night radio show and play some music here and there. Unfortunately, because of the way YouTube is, you got to be really careful with copyrights and all that. So let me see if I have any MP3s here of a public domain level. Okay, the dog didn't wait for me. Okay, let's find a public domain song, or at least a song that nobody really cares about, and I will come back in a little bit. Looking for music. Okay, I think Billy Tennant, Fallen Leaf. No, that's not this. None of these are. Gotta find some weird foreign song nobody really cares about, or an old '50s song that nobody really cares about. Oh right, okay, I know exactly what to play then. This is a silly little ditty from the early '60s. That I was introduced to through the Mystery Science Theater episode, Girl in the Gold Boots. Let me find it, though. Alright, where are you? There we go. So I'm going to have this little song play. I will be back in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen.
Last night I had a dream. I dreamed I was a king in a mystic magic city made of gold. And darling, you were there with stardust in your hair in that mystic magic city made of gold. Everything I touched turned to gold. Everything I touched turned to gold. And when I kissed your lips, your loving fingertips, everything I touched turned to gold. Don't ever let me dream that I could be a king in a mystic magic city made of gold. I need your love so much, more than a golden touch, in a mystic magic city made of gold. Everything I touch turned to gold. Everything I touch turned to gold. And when I kiss your lips, your loving fingertips, everything I touch turned to gold. Everything I touch turned to gold. Everything I touch turned to gold. And when I kiss your lips, your loving fingertips, everything I touch turned to gold. When loving means so much, who needs a golden touch? Everything I touch turns to gold.
Okay, everybody, I'm back. That's the problem with living by yourself, and there's a small dog you got to take care of. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't just an erotic little thing that needed doors open for him. So, but we'll see what happens. If he starts screaming again, then prepare for some on-screen dog violence. So I kid, of course, I kid. So, all right, Shay Smithers, I know you're not gonna be up normally, but it looks like I'll be here a little bit longer. How long have I been going so far? Ooh, God, and I still got another hour to go. Okay, so since nobody really watches this show, I think I can do some artwork while I go. Okay, let me see if there's anybody else who's going to be up late. All right. Hate to ask you this, but are you still awake and willing to chat on live radio? Okay, I hate to ask you this, and of course I misspelled this. Darn it. YouTube, I mean. Yeah, this may have been a bad idea. We are going to have Andres in a little bit, but, oh, Lord. I should have waited an extra hour, but then I wouldn't see Shay Smithers. I really like you, Shay Smithers. You're a cool kid. So, okay, still here. He has a new question from Shay Smithers. I'm curious now, see what I did there, AOL, are some of your favorite Doctor Who doctors and stories? Well, that's something that can keep us busy for an hour. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-dun. Dun dun. Ba-da-dun dun dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. When I was younger, I could do the Doctor Who theme easily. Now I have a bit of a parched throat here, though. That's impossible to do. Okay, so not a bad question, Mr. Smithers. Oh God, Smithers. Okay, so thanks, man. You're welcome. Okay, so favorite doctors. Well, first off, let me just put this out there. I think the great thing about the Doctor Who franchise, even with the relative duds or related to various eras and actors connected to them, almost every actor who's played the Doctor has done a good job, both by making the character their own, but also having the inherent traits of the Doctor. Granted, some actors have been kind of hindered or not underpinned, what's the terminology? God, underpin it, darn, I can't think of it. Underline. I don't, not underline. Underserved, under. I don't know. It's kind of like back-ended. Undermine. Undermine. A lot of Doctor Who's series have been undermined by a lot of the behind-the-scenes nonsense. Again, Colin Baker, he's proved himself to be a fantastic Doctor Who, but there was a lot of on-set decisions decisions both before and behind the camera that resulted in some pretty terrible executions. For example, that horrible. I know that costume he wore is iconic, but it's still very garish and ugly looking, and that was largely because John Nathan Turner, the producer of the era, really wanted that costume to be on the Doctor, even knowing that everyone told him it was a bad idea. But as showrunner, he insisted on having that terrible costume on Colin Baker. And as such, it's a shame because Colin Baker is acting his ass off and doing some really good speeches, but it's still hard to take him seriously in that god awful looking clown suit. And even knowing that, yeah, the Doctor wearing eccentric clothing has been something of his character, it is still kind of very sad when it gets that bad. And of course, Eric Sayward didn't like Colin Baker as the Doctor, and of course, undermined him in his various scripts as both a script writer and as a direct writer. But as far as Colin Baker goes, I really like. I know he redeemed himself beautifully through the Big Finish audio stories. I've only listened to a handful of them. But yeah, Colin Baker is somebody who definitely deserves better, and I just love him for that. But as far as personal favorite Doctors go, I think it's currently a tie between Patrick Thornton, the second Doctor, just because it's Patrick Thornton, he's almost lovable in anything he does. Even when on the rare occasion he's playing a villain, he's still one of those character actors you love. And him playing, hold on, Smithers says, yeah, sadly, most of the Colin Baker's best stories have happened in the Big Finish spin-off material. He really got screwed over on the show. That is true. That is true. Although he is also in two of the best stories of the series. So I will explain what those two are pretty soon. But yeah, Patrick Thornton, he's just magical as a Doctor, and he's like one of those character actors you've probably seen a million times in various British movies and other Hollywood productions. In fact, he's perhaps best known in the mainstream public as the doomed priest in The Omen, the one who famously gets impaled from a lightning rod at one point. Hold on, I'm taking some headache medicine because right now it's starting to hit me. Okay. Sparkling water. Delicious. The Cosmic. Okay, Shay Smithers says, the Cosmic Hobo, a favorite of mine too. Yeah. And apparently a big favorite for many of the other actors who've played the Doctor over the year. In fact, Patrick Thornton was a big influence on Matt Smith's wonderful take on the Doctor. Now, Patrick Thornton is awesome. I love all of them. To quote the Brigadier, fine chaps, each and every one of them. But as far as my personal favorites go, I think I really do like Patrick Thornton very much. Unfortunately, a lot of his stories were lost to time. But the ones we do have, even the ones that aren't very good, he just shines in them immensely. And his friendship with Jamie is just wonderful. It's just, again, I really wish we saw more stories with him, basically, or at least more stories survived from oblivion. You can never go wrong with Tom Baker. Tom Baker's just fantastic, and of course, he was in the role the longest, something that he regretted later in life. But at the same time, he's been in so many good stories too, and I will get to some good stories in a moment. Other Doctors I like very much. I do like Patrick McCoy's. No, am I saying him right? Sylvester McCoy, not Patrick McCoy. I really do like Sylvester McCoy. I haven't seen a lot of his bad stories from his first season, but I've seen a lot of the stories from his second and third season, and he's really good in them. He's both, it's very much like Patrick Thornton with an extra level of 1980s science fiction darkness thrown in there. Heavily inspired, of course, by the work that Alan Moore and Neil Gaiman were doing. Now, on to the new series. David Tennant's a lot of fun. He's really cool. But I think if you took a laser gun, a Dalek pistol to the head, to my head, and says, pick one Doctor from the new series you like, I think I have to go with Matt Smith, just because it's a very interesting take on the Doctor. He's playing it as a young man. He's a young man. He's a very obviously young man, but one who also houses a very ancient soul and body in him. And it's funny how he's reborn into somebody who just instantly falls in love with Amy Pond as not exactly as a love interest, but as just the friend and family member he needed now. And yeah, of all the doctors who've ever had companions that he considered family, his relationship with the Ponds and River Song were so sweet. Of course, that also kind of led to the biggest heartache for the poor guy later on. But yeah, Matt Smith, yeah, he was the youngest to play the Doctor. He looks young. You can almost mistake him for a teenager in some ways. But he played the character so beautifully. It's sort of a mix between a lot of the Patrick Thornton, but you also see a lot of that ancient Hartnell thrown in the original, the very first Doctor, the original, you might say, in that role. And yeah, he was really good in it. I really like Peter Capaldi, even though in a lot of his stories didn't exactly live up. And Peter Capaldi was really good too, and as the scariest he was a scary doctor, but you still loved him, and he could be really salty too, but in a good way. I didn't like the subplot that he hated soldiers. That seemed to just come out of nowhere. It would make sense if it's his regenerative story evolved like a really negative experience with military people, but it just seems something that just kind of comes out of nowhere for the sake of melodrama, and it does undermine the character later on. But yeah, Peter Capaldi is really good, and he's one actor from the new series who I really wish had more time in the TARDIS. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Peter Capaldi come back either in Big Finish audio or standalone stories. That's something. A lot of these a lot of these Doctor Who actors are still young and fresh. Give them a bunch of really cool specials, television one-off specials. Let them bring back their character every once in a while. People are hip and intelligent today. They know the difference of they know the difference between the different doctors and all that. So, or at least do more Doctor Who crossovers. It's like, for crying out loud, John Partry's son, Sean Partry, who you probably best know as Alfred in the otherwise terrible Gotham show. He looks so much like his father that I think if they were to recast the third Doctor and do a crossover with Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, he would be perfect in it. But, Shay Smithers, I know you really want to know what my favorite Doctor Who stories are. So let me take another whisk of the magic drink. To parch my throat. So, my favorite Doctor Who stories. The Cybermen are my all-time favorite Doctor Who monsters. I don't know why. They're just so wonderfully creepy, but also just cool in an old-school science fiction sense. And while there's been a lot of great Cyberman stories, I think obviously you can't go wrong with Tomb of the Cybermen. I think that still remains their best story. It's definitely dated in a cheesy sense, and also some of the stuff involving the otherwise awesome character of Toberman doesn't age well, but it's still a very fun story, and really was really it's like, I think it probably does a better job showing the body horror of the Cybermen than some of the more recent examples that kind of goes a little too overboard in the body horror. And I'm not, like, especially the one where, Missy the Master was trying to bring back everybody from the dead as to be reused as Cybermen components. That was just a little too dark, even by nihilistic science fiction standards. No wonder it got a lot of complaints from children and parents when those Death in Heaven aired on television. But Tomb of the Cybermen is really good. And for anybody who wants to know, who's never seen Patrick Thornton or one of the black and white Doctor Who's, that's a really good story to get into if you can handle a bit of the 1960s science fiction Dan Dare type fisticuffs going on. And also the Cybermen, although cheesy looking, they still come off as a pretty good threat. And of course, I just love that weird harmonica-like tone of their voices. We will survive. You will give us what we want. We are the Cybermen. We will survive. We will survive. That kind of voice. God, Cybermen are so fun to do voices for. So, Cap, why should I, Cap? Excellent. There is logic in what he says. Delete, delete. It's just gonna be nothing but Cybermen impressions for the rest of the night. So, Tomb of the Cybermen is really good. However, as much as I love Tomb of the Cybermen, I think the Patrick Thornton story that appeals to me most, especially on an emotional, heartfelt basis, is weirdly enough the Mind Robber, which, despite its menacing yet cliche title, is actually kind of a weirdly melancholy story where it's just Doctor Who accidentally ends up in the land of fiction and meets these various characters from fiction, including Gulliver's Travel, who becomes sort of an unlikely guest companion for several episodes. Now, the land of fiction is very abstract, bizarre, incredibly fantastical. In fact, it's Stephen Moffat decades, half a century before Stephen Moffat took over Doctor Who. But it just has this uniqueness. Like Doctor Who goes to the world of fairy tales, and it's very ambitious, even though in a lot of the effects don't work out, especially in certain scenes like where they face off against Medusa and a Minotaur. But no, I really like that story very much, and I just love some of the offbeat, abstract, fantastical nature of it. It's like almost like a children's story for Doctor Who, but taken up a notch with a little bit of an adult intelligence thrown in, even though when the execution isn't all there. There's like some embarrassing bits, but I think the best way to describe the Mind Robber is it's kind of like Doctor Who meets Alice in Wonderland is probably the best way to describe that story, and I would highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. Of course, it's good to have some knowledge of what the hell Doctor Who was beforehand. And if you can find the DVD for the Mind Robber, it has some really fantastic extras on it, explaining some of the weird decisions done throughout the story. Although unlike others, like Colin Baker's Unfortunate Outfit, the decisions made throughout actually make sense within the story. Moving away from... Okay, hold on. What do we got here? Shay Smithers says, "Oh, I agree on the Cybermen. Tomb of the Cybermen is fantastic. It feels a lot like an old Universal Mummy movies." That is very true. Doctor Who did not shy away from doing a lot of homages to the world of Universal monsters and just horror and classic fantasy and literature in general. It's like, for crying out loud, during Tom Baker's era, there was a lot of stories not just inspired by Hammer horror movies, but also just kind of gothic literature. And yeah, no, there's a lot of... I love it how Doctor Who, like, what is it, Clever Dick Films, a really good YouTube channel that has that he brought up a good point. It's like Genius steals and Doctor Who steals a lot. And it does a good job with a lot of its insane ideas. But Tomb of the Cybermen, I'm glad you've seen Tomb of the Cybermen. He also says, "I agree with you with the Mind Robber as well. I also like the War Games, although I think it's a bit long at 10 episodes. Funny story about the War Games. I have the long out of print DVD with the 3 discs, but I've yet to watch it. And it's funny too, because for the longest time, the 3rd disc that had all the wonderful extras on it was missing. I literally misplaced it in an old DVD somebody gave me of the Jet Li movie The One." Which is ironically about Jet Li going across the multiverse, beating the shit out of his other selves. So it's kind of like a multi-doctor story, if you will. John Partry decides to beat the crap out of Teeth and Curls there. But yeah, no, the War Games is one where I have to sit down and watch, and I've actually been thinking about like just sitting down and watching a new movie once a week, and then just doing a live stream first impressions of what I've seen. The War Games might be a good idea, but I think what I'll do is I'll limit it. Like, I'll do the first half of 5 episodes and then the latter half. But yeah, the War Games is one I definitely have to look at. I have 2 boxes of Doctor Who DVDs. I'm tempted just to do a video. Look at all the stuff I got. So, okay. Now, moving away from Patrick Thornton, I'm going to John Partry. John Partry, he had a lot of good stories, but I'm thinking, were there any ones that I particularly liked a lot? because I do have a soft spot for Carnival of Monsters. That's just kind of a fun, campy story with giant monsters. The Drashings are so cool. I gotta draw the Drashings in the near future, that's for sure. And they'll be easy monsters to recreate too, since they're just really well done puppets. I think I have John Partry. Oh God, he has so many good stories. The Time Warrior is really good, just because it's an early Robert Holmes story, but it still has, unlike later Robert Holmes, that would get a little too scary for the kids. This one has just the right mix between gothic grimness and just a playful childlike attitude. It was a return to the historical stories where the Doctor would travel into the past, but it's also great because it has so many good characters bouncing off each other. You have Doctor and Elizabeth Salin as Mary Jane Smith, and they're just wonderful together, just adorable, instant friends. You have God, the human villain, Bloodgron, or you'll probably know his name, Shay Smithers, and his sidekick. They're ignorant medieval savages, but they definitely don't pull any punches, and they're just great together. And there's some really good, a lot of the great Robert Holmes double acts. And then of course you have the Sontaran Strax. No, not Strax. What was the name of the original Sontaran from the Time Warrior? Oh my goodness. I am a Sontaran. I represent his. Hold on. Sontaran episodes. Okay, hold on. Sontar. I love this. This is a good choice. This is a really good choice there. Really good choice of questions here, Shay Smithers. This is going to keep me occupied for more than an hour. Okay, so the Time Warrior. We're going to find out the name of the Centaurn in there because I keep thinking of Strax, but he's a more recent character, and I love Strax. I love that Doctor Who every once in a while gives you good guy versions of some of the more villainous monsters and vice versa. Not not every Dalek is pure evil. Not every Thrall is a nice big fellow. Hold on. Okay, production episodes. Oh darn. Okay, I see Sontarans, but they're not really giving you the Time Warrior. Hold on. I don't remember his name, but I do remember him. AOL. Isn't that the case with all the Sontarans? Like, oh god, I'm not gonna. I'm tempted to do the old joke. It's like they all look the same, but that's just bad. Okay, all right. I have the cast list for the Time Warrior. Okay, yeah, Iron Gron and Blood Axe, the two medieval villains, they're great together, and their interactions with both the Sontaran and the Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith is great. Okay, Commander Lynx. Okay, with an L. Okay, yeah, it's rare for a Sontaran. Commander Lynx, played by Kevin Lindsay. And Kevin Lindsay is great as a Sontaran. True, Sontarans have become way more comical in recent years, especially with the character Strax, the nurse turned Sontaran butler. But you know what? I just love these little roughneck aliens, and I do want to see kind of more of a return of the more serious and scary Sontarans. But we did still kind of got that with some of the, like with the Sontaran stratagem, and the two really cool actors who played the two leading Sontarans, especially the older one. So it's like, of course, he's playing a little bit like British Dad's Army Sontaran. It's like, and soon you will join us in this victorious victory. But yeah, the Centaurans are a really cool warrior race, and I'm glad that we do see a bit of a better side to them. Unfortunately, being such it's kind of similar to Star Trek's Klingons. The Klingons, I'm saying that name so horribly wrong tonight. They're not bad people, but they're so drenched in war and conflict that it's really hard to have peaceful times with them. So, especially when somebody nice, a sweetheart like Worf on Star Trek The Next Generation has to go back to the homeworld and deal with all that political nonsense. Shay Smithers, from what I've seen of John Partry's Doctor, I like Inferno, the Demons, and the Red Death. Inferno is great. Oh my god. Inferno is 7 episodes long, yet it doesn't feel like I can watch it in an afternoon and not feel like I cannot feel the length. That's how good it is. That was when the Doctor was stuck on Earth, and they did a clever thing where the Doctor is dealing with a government-sponsored operation to drill into the center of the Earth for energy. Unfortunately, the scientist in charge of the project is an arrogant prick who doesn't see what the possible downside of it, and the doctor is afraid that it might trigger a chain reaction. Well, both fortunately and unfortunately, the doctor temporarily ends up in an alternate universe where he sees what happens with the experiment, which results in the destruction of the Earth. And in this alternate timeline, he also ends up in a much more fascistic, tyrannical, dystopian version of modern day London. Apparently, one created where the fascists of World War II succeeded, and the UK basically became an ally of the scary people in Germany. And it's like, but Inferno is like a really, it's like if you're gonna do dark apocalyptic Doctor Who, Inferno is the way to go. That's really well done. Even the silly mutant zombie werewolf monsters they have, the Primoids, they're really cool. Yeah, they're a little silly with like the cute little werewolf noses, but man, they're still pretty damn scary. And the idea that you can transform just by touching the goo is enough to turn you completely monstrous. It's like the Italian horror movie Demoni, or the demons, where a simple scratch from one of the demons turns you into a monster, as opposed to zombies where they really have to bite you and get their nasty zombie virus in you. But with Demoni, the Italian horror movie, they just touch you and suddenly. With the Primoids, it's something even worse. They can just like, you can just be attacked or just touch the weird liquid that guzzles from the earth. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing the Primoids come back, although they would definitely have to be way more terrifying than what they were portrayed originally. But Inferno is really good. That's a 7 part story. It doesn't feel like 7 parts. And I like, oh god, Liz, the companion. I miss her. I wish she had more than one season or multiple appearances. It was cool that the Doctor had a science pal. But like some Doctor Who fans have kind of joked in various videos on YouTube, I think the reason Liz Shaw, the companion, who was a fellow scientist from Earth, but she was almost as smart as the Doctor, just minus all the wisdom of the universe. I think they probably, because they were such scientific buddies, they probably ended up together and had a had a bad night together, if you know what I mean. And I think that's the reason she decided to kind of leave and transfer to another section of unit, because it just got awkward. But yeah, I can see those two getting on it, like kind of hooking up for a night and then it not going well. But no, Liz Shaw was really cool, and so was as the third Doctor. But Inferno was really good. I like the Daemons a lot, but I think I like it mostly because of the giant monster elements. Azel the Daemon is just a really cool character. I even drew a picture of him that you can find on my DeviantArt site, and I plan on revisiting that picture before too long. The Green Death is a lot of fun. That's a 6-parter that does feel a little 6-part-ish, but I love how it's an environmental message, but it doesn't grind it into your head. It has some really effective villains and monsters. Both the human conspirators, who aren't really bad people, but they've allowed capitalism get the best of them, and like most evil capitalists featured in the John Partry era, they do get their comeuppance, or at least an ironic redemption, as opposed to other ones like the bureaucrat who shows up halfway into the Sea Devils. It's like, well, I'm sorry you're making peace with these turtles, Doctor, but I'm going to screw it up, and I'm not going to get any comeuppance for this. It's like, screw you, buddy. The mutant maggots are scary. Of course, they kind of steal from the Primoids for like one bite, you're dead. And the main villain, Boss, who I'm not going to ruin, like, oh god, Boss is so great. I love villains that are funny and offbeat, but still menacing and pose a great threat. Which brings me to what I think is probably one of my personal favorite Doctor Who stories, and I know it's one that's heavily underrated. We're going to the Tom Baker era now. And that story is The Pirate Planet. Okay, I love Douglas Adams. I love Tom Baker. I love Romana. I love crazy, wacky, offbeat space pirate villains. And The Pirate Planet is just, it's pure insanity, but it's Doctor Who adventure at its best. There's even crazier stories out there, but The Pirate Planet feels like a Doctor Who written by a very intelligent child, and then that script was given to Douglas Adams to kind of make it a little more clever than it already is. It's like when people compare Doctor Who to like Sid and Marty Krofft adventure shows, or like the old 60s Batman, The Pirate Planet feels best. And that was the second part in the Key to Time storylines, and I love the Key to Time season. That was a lot of fun. Even the lesser stories like the Power of Kroll and the Armageddon Factor are still really good. Rebos Operation has a complex plot but it has a lot of great characters and interplay, and it's like a really neat little science fiction stage play. But the Pirate Planet is way too ambitious for its budget and all the special effects work, but it's still a lot of fun, a lot of great characters. I love the pirate captain, or just the captain, this big old shouty cyborg pirate who turns out to be just as intelligent as the doctor and perhaps even scarier. Even with the plot twist of who's really pulling the strings, he's still a great character. And his sidekicks, including the sinister nurse and the lovable Mr. Fibuli, who's basically the captain's take on Shmi from Peter Pan. They're great characters. They're really awesome characters. And I always, how you kind of wish some villains survive to either join the Doctor or just in fiction in general, where some villains are so likable you wish they survived to fight another day, or even join the Doctor at the end. I kind of wish that happened with the Captain and Mr. Fibuli. Ironically, originally the plan was to have Mr. Fibuli live for an episode or two longer and actually join the Doctor, because the Doctor recognized that Mr. Fibuli is a good person deep down, despite the horrible crimes he helped commit with the Captain. But that is a very fun story. And of course, I can't talk about Douglas Adams' written Doctor Who without mentioning City of Death, which is just so charming and so well made. And it's like Doctor Who has never really gotten that good. City of Death was the second story done with Douglas Adams, and again, maybe a little too ambitious for its own good, but this time everything was on firing on all cylinders. The production values are really good. The location filming in Paris is great. The the guest characters are great, including Duggan, who is like one of the best. First off, it's a story with Tom Baker and the second Romana, played by Leela Lord. Oh darn it, I forgot his name wrong. The gorgeous girl we all have crushes on. I love both Romanas, but the second Romana is just like, she's like an anime kawaii schoolgirl. We just love her for what they are, and that's a great thing. Romana is a fellow female Time Lord, so him and the Doctor just perfect. Her and the Doctor just perfectly complement each other beautifully. And I love how, even though she's not as experienced as the Doctor is, she's just as bright as him. But they complement each other so well. The travel weary adventurer and the girl just out of college, but also seeking adventure. And by the time we got to Lord's character, I'm getting the name wrong. I know that. Like at that point, the second Romana is just enjoying the adventure, and her and Tom are just the cutest thing together. Apparently, the actors did get married for a little while, so some of that chemistry is genuine. And Duggan, who is sort of like the unofficial third companion for that story alone. This incredibly dense but aggressive, dense but well-meaning detective who joins our heroes against the lead villain of that story. He's just hilarious, wonderful. It's like you can have dumb character. He's definitely like an early example of the himbo. It's like he's an idiot, but he's still a great guy there with the Doctor. And I love that despite the initial mistrust they have with each other, they create this really cool three team. And of course it ends, so it's like the immortal lines. It's like, bye bye Duggan at the end. But yeah, City of Death is so good, so good. What other Tom Baker stories do I really, really love? I do have a soft spot for Robot, but I think that's the very first Tom Baker story, and it's kind of a riff on King Kong, except replace a giant gorilla from Skull Island with a mad scientist and a giant robot. But I love Robot K1, who is the titular robot of the story. He's another Doctor Who villain who I think you can bring back. It's like either through time travel shenanigans or his programming survived somewhere and somebody brought him back. But he's such a cool villain who has a chance to redeem himself. And also, he's a robot who becomes a robot gorilla who becomes a giant robot monster. How can you not love that? So I especially love the relationship he has with Elizabeth Sladen's Sarah Jane Smith. It's very heartfelt. It's a play on King Kong, and Robot K1 is a perfect K1. Robot K1 is a perfect analog to King Kong, especially the nicer versions of King Kong. But it's just a very fun mad scientist, evil organization, giant monster on the loose story. and it's really cool. So I just watch it just to play in the background for enjoyment. Shay Smithers. I'm currently halfway into Tom Baker's run. The next one I'm on is Seeds of Doom. There's been a lot of Tom's stories I've liked, like Genesis of the Daleks, Pyramids of Mars, and The Brain of Morbius. I have to check out the Pirate Planet. Oh, you'll love the Pirate Planet. It's definitely a treat. So, um, the ones you mentioned are really good. Genesis of Daleks is another six-parter that doesn't feel like a six-parter. It just moves at a very good pace. Davros, oh my god, Davros is such a good villain, but his first appearance is fantastic. So, yes, to have a chance to have a virus that would destroy entire world if I break it, just with the slightest move of my finger, with the slightest pressure of my hand. Could I do it? Yes, I would do it. And I would end this world with my bare hands. And through the Daleks, I shall rule this universe completely. I'm paraphrasing Davros, but yeah, Davros is a great villain. And even though I know that there's been a lot of complaints about him coming back so many times in Doctor Who, by all means, keep doing it. Like they've gotten a lot of really good actors to play Davros. And oh god, oh yeah, like Genesis Daleks is really good. That's definitely one of the best Dalek stories. Not my personal favorite Dalek story. Pyramids of Mars is really good with Sutek. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Just a quick question for you, Shay Smithers. Did you see which between the two Universal Mummy inspired Doctor Who stories? Did you enjoy Tomb of the Cybermen or Pyramids of Mars more? And Brain of Morbius is a little slow going for me, but it's such a nice take on like the Frankenstein nonsense, the gothic Frankenstein nonsense, especially with the various villains in it. I especially love Dr. Salone, played by he's an actor who shows up a lot in Doctor Who, playing various characters, mostly villains. But he has that wonderful voice. It's like, yes, I can see you have a very large brain, Doctor, a cranium perfect for my experiments. You know, something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh god. So that's a good Davros impression. Thank you. It'd be even better if I got the lines right. So oh god. So yeah, a lot of good Tom Baker stories. But moving from Tom Baker, we go on to Peter Davison. There's not a lot of Peter Davison stories I really like. Again, I think it's because Eric Sayward was way too depressing about a lot of his stories. But with that says, like when Robert Holmes, along with Eric Saywards, they did the final story the Fifth Doctor was a part of. That story being the Caves of Androzani. I'm not going to go into heavy spoilers, but that's definitely a story where the Doctor is in such a desperate situation. The only thing that matters to him is to save his companion, while he's in the middle of just a planet filled with bad guys everywhere. Even the most sympathetic villain who turns out to be an ally in the very end is very unpredictable. And he's the titular lord of the Caves of Androzani. That's almost a perfect story from 80s Doctor Who, and Robert Holmes at his later best. In fact, if that was the last Robert Holmes story ever made, he would have gone out on a good. Unfortunately, I really can't say that much. Peter Davison stories. I'm thinking about Earthshock is really good. Oh wait, Shay Smithers says, "Oh, that's tough. I suppose I'd say Pyramids of Mars for Sutek, but they're both great." Yeah, isn't Sutek? Yeah, they're both great. I love them both. I think I've revisited Tomb of the Cybermen a lot more than Pyramids of Mars, but holy crap, Sutek is a great villain. That is a villain so good that I really hope they don't bring him back, because I'm afraid. Yes, technically he's still stuck in that time warp and he's aging to death, so maybe the Doctor will meet him briefly from that time warp, and it's a much more aged Sutek on his last legs. So he's not as powerful as he would have been in the prime of his life, but he's still as dangerous as imaginable. But I do love that they did reference Sutek several times in the new series, even with kind of a direct homage by having the actor Gabriel Wolf, I think his name is, who did the voice of Sutek, come back and do the voice of the Beast for the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit, which is a really good two-parter in my opinion. But yeah, Pyramids of Mars is really good. It's like, yes. It's like, for you, Doctor, what you consider evil, I consider to be good. My gift of death is for me a great good. Yeah, again, I'm paraphrasing all this, but yeah, Doctor Who has so many great villains. Even the lesser stories have villains I love. It's like the Armageddon Factor has the Shadow, who a lot of people complain saying is a little pantomime-ish, but I think he's a great, depressing Grim Reaper-like villain, even though he does get a little hammy at times. But yeah, oh dude, I'm so happy you're it's like you're enjoying like the peak of Tom Baker. It's gonna slow down a bit once you get to the. I think when you get to City of Death, by then things will kind of go downhill from there, and you might want to take a break from Doctor Who for a little bit. But yeah, I haven't seen that much Peter Davison, but Earthshock is also a really good story. Of course, that was the official return of the Cybermen in the '80s. That when you see the clips of like there is logic in what he says, it's like that's where that comes from Earthshock. And I really do love the '80s Cybermen. They may be a little too emotional for Cybermen, but at the same time, I think they're just perfect. It's just really good villains that you could bring back over and over again. Of course, that's again Eric Sayward playing favorites with the Cybermen. But yeah, the Cybermen are a lot of fun whenever they show up. Again, they're probably possibly my most favorite Doctor Who villain. Shay Smithers, I'd be okay with maybe seeing another member of Sutek's race appear again. That's a good point. Apparently, from what I got in the story, Sutek is a freak among his own people. He's horrifically overpowered compared to the rest of his species, and it took multiple members of his own race, the Osirans, I believe they were called, to stop Sutek's rampage long ago. So yeah, you could meet another Osiran, either a good guy who the Doctor needs to team up with, or another villain who wants to take Sutek's place. But the fact that there were nowhere near the same god level power that Sutek himself is, you could that could makes for good drama, because if it's the Doctor against a threat that's too powerful, it either limits its screen times or it's a little too lopsided. Like the Satan Pit and the Impossible Planet did a really good job with the Beast. Like we never see the Beast until the final episode, but it's great that the Beast is stuck where it's at. I don't know if you haven't seen the new Doctor Who. I don't want to spoil anything for you because you got a lot of great Doctor Who ahead of you. Moving away from Peter Davison to the Sixth Doctor, I can instantly say that two of my favorite stories with Colin Baker, Vengeance on Varos. It's an exceptionally grim story, but has like if more Colin Baker stories were like that, I think his season would have been great. It's very dark. It's basically the Doctor finds himself on a former prison colony that's now been transformed into its own semi-civilization, but unfortunately it's one that's still ruled by the guards, and even worse, it's been co-opted by an intergalactic mining company that's making things even worse under the command of oh god, what's his name? Thrill or something? I don't know. It's like this evil little tadpole guy who's just really well made. Unfortunately, I can't. It's like, yes, to show the entertainment of the violence in the Doom Zone. It's quite pleasurable. Yes. Oh god, it's like, yeah, what are the names of these characters? So many good stories I can't think of at the moment. Hold on. Vengeance. Thank you, Wikipedia. I know people hate you, but you're always there when we're Vengeance on Varos. You're always there for us when we need to check out these stupid things. But yeah, I really like Vengeance on Varos. I don't want to get too much into it because if not, I'm going to be talking about Doctor Who for hours here. Syl, that's the name of the character. The name is Syl, who's sort of this evil alien businessman. Played campily, but still really fun by Nabil Shiban, which was one of the first actors of color to get a really good starring role in Doctor Who. And Syl was apparently popular enough that he returned several times. But he's such a slimy, evil businessman. And unlike other evil businessmen in Doctor Who, he definitely makes an impression enough that he comes back. But yeah, it's like, yes, soon the Doctor's companions will be mine. Something like that. I'm just going to be doing all sorts of Doctor Who impressions. And again, it's another. The story was written by Philip Martin. But like similar to Robert Holmes, it has a lot of great characters in it. I love the governor, who starts out as a villain, but he becomes a sympathetic antagonist, and then ultimately kind of a good guy towards the end. The chief officer, it just he's just a great bastard. He looks fantastic too. This big bald guy with this big hulking bald guy with like a very posh British accent, played by Forbes Collins. A lot of great characters in that, and it's very brutal and dark. Basically a planet that has entertainment for torture, well, as an excuse to hide the real problems of the planet. But it's very good. There's a similar story from Tom Baker's era called The Sunmakers, which kind of covers similar ground, but minus the evils of a television company. That's also a really good story too. Shea Smithers has some more stuff to say. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the fifth to seventh Doctor stories, but I've heard they're generally the most popular ones. Um, I don't know. I think they're nowhere near as popular as Tom Baker, because after that everything kind of goes downhill, especially when you get into the Colin Baker era. But like, I'm just gonna kind of go past a lot of the Doctor Who stories and the fifth and seventh era in case you want to check them out. I don't want to spoil them for you, even knowing that I personally don't care about spoilers. And he says, and for Modern Who, I've only seen Eccleston and Tennant's run. Okay, I think you're going to enjoy a lot of Matt Smith's era. It's a little too fantastical fairy tale nonsense throughout his tenure, but it's just very fun, kind of lighthearted Doctor Who, even when it does get wonderfully dark at times. I'm not, yeah, especially like, oh god, yeah, I like Matt Smith a lot. Peter Capaldi's stories aren't great, but again, he's such a good Doctor that he's definitely worth watching, even when it does get into some even when there are some pretty big duds. Like the Dalek stories during the Stephen Moffat era are pretty underwhelming. So despite having some good sequences here and there. Okay, so Vengeance on Varos is really it's fun. It's political satire. It's dark and violent, but it's again, it's very fun and very enjoyable to watch. Remembrance of the no wait, not Remembrance of the Daleks. Hold on, let me make sure I got the titles of these right, because it's one of the problems with Doctor Who. Um, oh, I do enjoy a lot of the multi-Doctor stories. I forgot to mention the Three Doctors. You've probably seen the Three Doctors already. That was in the John Partry era. I really do enjoy that. I think I enjoy that mostly because of the villain Omega in it. Because Omega is such just a tragic character I'd love to see more of. Of course, he's all big and shouty and campy in that. And he says, Shea Smithers says, I've heard what's generally the most popular stories for the fifth and seventh Doctor. Oh, okay. Um, Maybe I can introduce a story. There are certain, like, I haven't seen all of Peter Davison's stories, so I really can't. Like, there's a two-parter with a monster called the Malnus I really want to see. Unfortunately, I don't know what the name of that story is, so. But yeah, getting back to Colin Baker, I really do like Revelation of the Daleks. It's just, again, very similar to Vengeance on Varos, but where Vengeance of Varos is kind of a fun romp in the world of dark satire, Vengeance of Varos is just a pitch black comedy where you know every character is going to die, but you still want to see how they either die or how they live their lives before they die. But it's a very good story in its own right. So let me see. Let me bring up a whole list of Doctor Who stories and recommend some of the lesser known ones that people would overlook. So, and with that says, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to readjust myself here. Yeah, they used to have a more complex list. Yeah, let me go over and recommend some of the lesser known Doctor Who's you haven't seen, because you're in the middle of Tom Baker. So let me go see what other stories I can recommend that you're going to eventually come up to soon. So blah 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 blah. Sylvester McCoy has a lot of really good stories, and not just the really famous ones either. Seeds of Doom, by the way, has some giant monster elements in it, so you're going to be very excited about that. I have Seeds of Doom, but again, it's one of those I collect Doctor Who DVDs, but I mostly do it for the extras, because the extras on the DVDs are fantastic, and I regret not getting the limited edition Blu-ray sets they've been releasing lately, just because I don't have the money to get to consistently buy that much Doctor Who. But holy crap, even if the Doctor Who stories are terrible, the extras are well worth it. It's like even the unpopular stories will have like really good hour-long documentaries included with them. But yeah, you're about to watch the Seeds of Doom. In fact, I think I'll watch that. I'll watch that this week and maybe do like a live stream talking about it. But yeah, let's see what other upcoming Doctor Who stories that you're going to be enjoying. Um, oh God, Masquerade of the Mandragora. That's a giant monster related one, although it also takes place in the Renaissance era. It's interesting. I know a lot of my friends like it a lot, but I need to rewatch it. Hand of Fear is really good, and it features. Hand of Fear is a really good story because it basically deals with Sarah Jane Smith and the Fourth Doctor discovering a mysterious hand that eventually transforms into. I'll be honest, it's the sexiest rock monster I've ever seen. Eldrad, I think her name is, and oh my god, I don't know the makeup effects and the actress they got to play her. It's like holy crap. I know she's made of stone, but I just want to. Holy crap, she's, vavoom. she's the, she's just gorgeous. Oh my god, she's the most beautiful rock monster ever. So. Okay, getting off of that weirdness, the Deadly Assassin is really good, and it really shows that you can do stories with the Doctor without a companion. But then he has a lot of like guest star companions, so Deadly Assassin is really good. The Face of Evil is a lot of fun, and that's the first appearance of Layla, as well as like a really interesting world the Doctor and Layla find themselves in, a sort of primitive world, partly screwed up by some of the Doctor's own actions. I won't get into that. Robots of Death. I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I haven't seen it myself, even though I have the DVD. So there's a lot of Doctor Who stories I need to sit down and just watch. The Talons of Wang Chian. Despite some uncomfortable, not racist, but kind of like out of date racial, cultural things about it, it's still a very good story, especially if you enjoy Sherlock Holmes stories. And the two guest star companions that Layla and Doctor gets, Django and Lightfoot, are just a fantastic team. Horror of Fang Rock is a little grim, but it's still a pretty good gothic story in its own right. And it introduces the Rutans, which are the arch nemesis of the Santarans. So it's kind of cool to see that story. Let's see here. The Image of Fondel is well loved. Okay, The Sunmakers is a very underrated story. It's basically the Doctor and Layla goes to a human colony in a distant future that's under heavy bureaucracy, and it's satirical, but it's much more lighthearted. It has a lot of cool characters in it, and apparently that the actress who played Leela, that's a personal favorite of hers, and it's a lighthearted Doctor Who story, but it has some nice satirical political stuff going on in it. Let me make sure. Um, and I haven't seen the Eighth Doctor movie yet. Not very good written wise, but it's really fun because of the actors in it. Holy crap! Thank you so much. This is great. This is a great material to talk about Doctor Who. Oh god, I really gotta get back and enjoy a lot of Doctor Who then. Okay, the season 16 of the original series, that is known as the Key to Time, and it consists of a one long story arc encompassing six separate linked stories where the Doctor and his new companion, played by Mary Tam, Romana, or the first version Romana, have to find the key to time, a quest given to them by the White Guardian, who is one of the few true supernatural characters in the Doctor Who mythos. But this whole season, both its lesser stories and its best stories, are really fun, I think. Because you have the Rebos operation, which is basically the Doctor and Romana have to steal the key to time in a kind of a heist on a primitive medieval planet. The Pirate Planet is a lot of fun. I'm not going to say any more about it. I highly recommend it. Stones of Blood is just basic Doctor Who, where the Doctor and his companion land on Earth and discover a weird mystery. It takes kind of a more comical, lighthearted turn in the second half, but it's a really cool story. It's a really cool story, and the guest star companion, who's like this old old archaeologist lady, is a lot of fun. Particularly when she starts to bore the Doctor with her own scientific knowledge, and Tom Baker's reaction to it's just priceless. Like, oh no, when will she stop? The Androids of Terra is a very charming story. It's basically a science fiction take on the prisoner of Zenda. And it has a lot of fun characters in that one too. The Power of Crawl, it's just kind of basic pulpy jungle adventure, evil natives with a giant squid story. It's probably I don't want to say it's the worst of the season, but it's definitely among the two weaker ones. But it's still a lot of fun, and it's definitely features a giant monster in it, so nothing bad about that. The Armageddon factor, I think, is probably a lot weaker, especially since it's a six-part story that takes place mostly in studios. But I still enjoyed it a lot, and like I said, the Shadow is a pretty decent villain in it. Okay, so going to season 17, City of Death is really good, but everyone could tell you that. Um, Shada, I'm glad they completed the story. It's a pretty charming story in its own right, but compared to the other Douglas Adams tales, it's not as good as City of Death or Pirate Planet, but it's still really watchable in its own right. I think the Creature from the Pit, though, is actually very underrated. I think it's very decent Doctor Who, and again, it has giant monster elements, so you can't go wrong there. Okay, hold on. It's been fun talking about Doctor Who with you. It definitely has been. So, and if you have to leave, then at least you'll have this to listen to later on. So I'll just keep recommending Doctor Who stories and in your future. So, spoilers, sweetie. Okay, so hold on. Oh, there's the three-part E Space trilogy, where the second Romana, played by Lala Ward. I finally got her name right. They end up in a sort of a parallel universe and have three adventures in there, including State of Decay, Warrior's Gate, and the Keeper. Oh wait, no, Full Circle, State of Decay, and Warrior's Gate. And those are some stories that I definitely have to check out. I have the trilogy box set, but everyone recommends it. But I've yet to really sit down and give it a good watch, especially since again one of them has giant monster elements. So now I feel bad about that. Okay, so getting to the Fifth Doctor's first season, the season 19. Um, I think Black Orchid is actually a pretty decent story. It's a two-part Doctor Who story, heavily inspired by Agatha Christie, but with a bit of a gothic twist to it, and it's just a very decent story. And it's a good follow-up to the Visitation, which comes before it, which is basically the Doctor and friends end up in the age of the Black Death, and there's a mystery behind it too. And of course, that's also followed up by Earthshock, and before it, Kinda. Yeah, actually, now think about it, Kinda, Visitation, Black Orchid, and Earthshock are all really good stories. Okay, moving on to season 20. I'm trying to recommend the lesser known Doctor Who stories. Arc of Infinity. I think that's a pretty good story itself there, with a surprise returning villain too. Um, I think it's greatly underrated. Hold on. Enlightenment is a very good story. That's where the Doctor and his companions find themselves in sort of a galactic boat race with the Eternals, or basically these kind of arrogant immortals who are almost equal to Time Lords when it comes to bending time and space. And there's a lot of really, like, even though there's a lot of beautiful model work in it, because again, it's a boat race through the cosmos itself. So, it's like including like a buxom evil female pirate as one of the villains, although she's no Eldrad, the most gorgeous rock monster in the history of ever. The Five Doctors, that's pretty decent. I like that a lot. The Awakening is the two-parter that I really want to see, from season 21 with the Fifth Doctor, and that features a monster called the Malnus, which is a very unique creature in its own right, with a little bit of Daemon's vibe going on. And of course, that season ends with Caves of Androzani. Hold on. I don't mind Attack of the Cybermen with Colin Baker's Sixth Doctor, even knowing it's I don't know, it's kind of guilty pleasure Doctor Who for me. Mark of the Rani is actually pretty good, and I do like the Rani herself. She's a good villain. I love her interaction with the Master too. It's hilarious. By the way, hold on. I'm still here. I'll let you know when I've got it and go, hey, well, that's all right. Go ahead and ask me more Doctor Who questions. But Mark of the Rani is a really good story because the Rani herself is a really cool villain. And she teams up with the Master, and it's hilarious to see the Master play sincere fanboy the Rani. It's like it's like, oh, Rani, it's such a pleasure to meet you. Your reputation precedes you. And the Rani is basically a Time Lord who commits immoral experiments, but she's neither good or evil. She's just kind of arrogant and indifferent, and really doesn't care about any of the humans she tortures in her experiment. So her being stuck in this battle between the Doctor and the Master just annoys the hell out of her. So she's a great villain. The Mark of the Rani is really good. Revelation of the Daleks is a good story again too. Season season 23, that's the Trial of the Time Lord. You know, individually, the Trial of the Time Lord stories aren't very good, but together as a whole, they. I don't know. It's kind of a good watch, but at the same time, Colin Baker again deserved better. Now, when you get to the Seventh Doctor with Sylvester McCoy, there's actually a surprising number of good stories. Even the bad stories have some really entertaining and enjoyable stuff to give. Like Delta and the Bannermen, that's considered one of the worst Doctor Who stories, but it's a guilty pleasure. And I think the Bannermen, who are like these weird human-like alien fascist slash warriors, are pretty decent villains, even if they're a little on the ridiculous side. They're basically they're a cross between bikers, samurai, and Nazis with very heavy British accents. They're weird villains. I've heard a lot of good things about Paradise Towers, though, but that's one I haven't seen. Heavily inspired by, oh god, what was that movie with Tom Hiddleston, based on that novel about the futuristic building that everyone gets trapped in and they slowly go mad and start to attack and kill each other? Towers is basically based on that. Remembrance of the Daleks. Oh my god. You've probably heard about how good that story is, but that is. Oh, hold on. Oh, we didn't say anything about William Hartnell's Doctor. I'd say from what I've seen of his run, I like the Keys to Marnus, the Daleks' Invasion of Earth the most. I really do need to watch the Keys to Marnus, although I don't have a copy of that, unfortunately. The Daleks' Invasion of Earth, I enjoy that one quite a bit. I do think it goes a little on the long side, although nowhere near as bad as other Hartnell stories. And I especially like the movie version of it. In fact, it's one of the few cases where I think I like the original longer TV version and the film version. About William Hartnell, though, he has a lot of good stories, but I haven't really watched all of them. Although I am a big fan of the Web Planet, and I know a lot of people hate the Web Planet, but I think, and the Web Planet is a guilty pleasure kind of way. Yeah, I know. Hold on, let me take a quick drink before I talk about the Web Planet. I need alcohol before I talk about the Web Planet. Oh my god. Okay. The Web Planet. It was their attempt. Again, it's one of those stories that's more on the abstract and bizarre. But what I like about the Web Planet is that it's their first time going fully abstract and bizarre on a fully alien world with tons of bizarre non-human characters. And as clunky and as dumb as some of the special effects and creature costumes are, I love all of them. I love the Zarbies. I love the Animus, or the main villain, who's like this weird Lovecraftian living web creature. I love the moth people whose names escape me. They're so. I would love to see an updated version. They would look so beautiful and ethereal if they're done right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I even like the dumb grub people. It's like, we must dig through the earth. It is the only way to get to the zombie chamber. Hurry now. Like, I even like the grub people. It's such a weird story with so many weird insect people. But if you're doing Doctor Who, either go big. I appreciate Doctor Who because despite its low budget and its crummy special effects, it goes big, it goes hard, and I respect it for that. I respect it immensely. You can watch the Keys of Marnus on Dailymotion. That's how I've been watching most of the classic era stuff. Ooh, that's a good idea. I might actually go back and revisit some of the old stuff. Was the War Machines any good? I really want. I know a lot of people say the War Machines just feels like uh, a poor man's prototype to what the invasion and the Green Death would eventually do better. But that's a story I would be very interested in seeing. You know, speaking of Doctor Who guilty pleasures, I have a soft spot for The Chase. I know it's just a big, wacky, dumb adventure with the Daleks chasing the Doctor Who people and going through so many different planets and weirdness. But it's a lot of fun. Once you accept it for what it is, it's a lot of fun. It's almost like, to me, The Chase is to Doctor Who is what Godzilla vs. Megalon and Final Wars is to the Godzilla franchise. It's big, stupid, dumb, but it's ambitious and adventurous all the way. And it's always fun to see the Daleks, like, as much as I enjoy the Daleks, it is fun to see them like deal with other weird monsters and not come out okay half the time. Like I really would love. I haven't seen the War Machines. I've heard it's good. Okay, I might check it out. Although, like I said, I have the DVD for the Seeds of Death, so I might as well watch that with you. Um, yeah, but no, Web Planet is a lot of fun. The Chase is a lot of fun. Oh God, there's other William Hartnell stories I know. As far as Patrick Thornton stories go, there's other ones. Man, I'm trying to think of other Patrick Thornton stories I may have skipped. Oh wells. What was I talking about? Okay, Web Planet was a guilty pleasure. The Chase is a good one. Apparently, they were going to do a third Peter Cushing Doctor Who movie. If you haven't seen the Peter Cushing Doctor Who movies, I recommend them. I think the big screen remake of Daleks' Invasion of Earth is way better than the first one with Doctor Who and the Daleks. But they're both very colorful and very enjoyable movies. So and the Daleks just look fantastic in both of those movies too. Like Daleks on the big screen in vivid color coming for you, says the trailer to the movies. But yeah, no, William Hartnell, I like him a lot. Unfortunately, a lot of his stories are missing, and I haven't really sat down and given him a proper watch. So, oh my god. So, getting back to the Sylvester McCoy era of Doctor Who, there's actually even the lesser stories have a lot to offer. Remembrance of the Daleks. That is probably, as much as I enjoy Genesis of Daleks, Remembrance of the Daleks is probably the best, my personal favorite Doctor Who story. The production value on it is wonderful. It for a television show from the 80s, this four-parter feels almost cinematic with some of the awesome special effects. It has some really cool concepts with the Daleks themselves, especially with the heavy weapons Dalek, which is just an insane idea, just so beautifully realized. Um, hold on. Oh, the Happiness Patrol. There's a story that people have been kind of rediscovering recently. Again, it's like Vengeance of Varos, except it takes a somewhat more it's way more satirical than Vengeance of Varos is, dealing with like kind of a government that insists on people being happy no matter what. I've yet to watch it myself, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. Silver Nemesis is a story I think is underrated. It's nowhere near as good as Remembrance of the Daleks, but it's just a fun romp in its own right when a doctor is in a four-way battle getting this super weapon. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy I've heard a lot of really good things about. And of course, the final season we have Battlefield, which is Linkara's favorite Doctor Who story, but it's basically Doctor Who versus Doctor Who meets Arthurian legend in modern times with Unit 2. A lot of people like Ghostlight. I haven't seen it, but also some of my like diehard Doctor Who friends say it's overrated, including The Curse of Fenric. Survival's okay, but it's not exactly the best way to end the Doctor Who story, unfortunately. The TV movie with Paul McGann, though, it's very charming just because of Paul McGann and the surrounding cast, including Eric Roberts, who's camping up as the Master, but he's still very good in his own right. Um, so let's see. So yeah, that's basically all I can recommend for the old Doctor Who. But like revisit a lot of Doctor Who, you'll probably come across some treasures that I'm not seeing. Um, and Shay Smithers says Web Planet's so bizarre, but I do enjoy it. I like to think of it's Doctor Who's equivalent of Godzilla versus Megalon. And I said the same thing about God, what was the Doctor Who story I said that was just utterly insane but kind of brilliant in its own dumb way? Oh God. So there's I don't know. So that's tangents everywhere. I haven't talked about Doctor Who in a long time this way, but yeah, no, dude, you've coming across a lot of good ones. And like I said, I think I'm gonna go pull out my DVD copy of Seeds of Death and finally sit down and watch it, and give it just a basic podcast review because it is giant monster related. Might bring some other people in on that, but that's the thing. Shay Smithers, I might actually, if I do a live stream of consciousness or a podcast on Doctor Who, I might bring you aboard, because you're getting into this stuff. I don't know if you're willing to talk online or something, but yeah, no, some really good opinions there. Oh, thank goodness you accidentally were up this late, because I still got another. How long have I been live streaming here? Let's double check. I've been streaming for 2 hours, and it's still a half an hour until we get our one special guest star in here. Oh my god, this was a bad idea. But then again, if I did this maybe a little later, I wouldn't have caught you and talked about all this great Doctor Who stuff. But holy crap, yeah, it's like that's the great thing about old school Doctor Who. Like the writing and the characters were top notch. Even though in the special effects and some of the story decisions later on, especially during the Eric Sayward pen days, didn't always hold up for various reasons. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of good Doctor Who stories out there. I'm glad you enjoyed the Green Death because that is a fun story to revisit. Did you see Time of the Invasion of the Dinosaurs though? Because I know I have the DVD release for that, but I've yet to sit down and watch it, despite the fact that it has dinosaurs in it. But everyone either says it's one of the worst Doctor Who stories or it's a so-so Doctor Who story. So, all right. So with that says, Web Planet is so bizarre. The equivalent of Godzilla vs Megalon. Yeah. Let me go back to Patrick to the first Doctor era of Doctor Who and see if there's any stories I've seen, because yeah, he's probably the Doctor I've seen the least of. Um. I don't know why my throat's so parchy. Maybe Shoma is secretly doing drugs. Oh no. So yeah, the Daleks is a good story, even knowing that it maybe go a little too long. It's like how many stories in the first Dalek one? Holy crap, 7. So yeah, it kind of wears out of its welcome a little bit. Edge of Destruction is a fun little two-parter because it's meant to be a filler, but it also shows the TARDIS crew kind of dealing with their first. Like, I don't like the resolution of the story, but as a two-parter, it cements our heroes together a lot better, and it definitely shows the Doctor starting to soften to his friends, even though they're facing a threat from within the TARDIS. The Keys of Marinus. Yeah, I will definitely check it out if you think it's that good. Aztecs is pretty cool. I know a lot of people think it's one of the best Doctor Who stories, but I think it's definitely one of the more satisfying historicals, probably because unlike most of the historical stories from the from the William Hartnell era, it doesn't stay completely true. Like, you can't alter time, nothing can be changed, but they still tell a pretty good adventure in there, and it does kind of comment on how scary religion can be, even though I think they got away with it because they were dealing with the ancient Aztecs. But you can also read a little bit of modern day commentary in there as well. Oh, Kaiju Noir, yes, okay. Hey, Kaiju Noir, we're gonna bring you in a little bit. So yeah, come if you're listening to this, Kaiju Noir, come aboard. So uh hold on. Tell me when you're ready and we will bring you aboard, buddy. You will be our one and only guest for tonight. So okay, so yeah, let me read this last comment from Shay Smithers though. Awesome. Shay Smithers. I would love to talk online, but I don't own a computer. I just have my phone and tablet for getting the internet. Could I still come on with those? I think you can. Usually, yay, Andres. Yes, I agree, Shay Smithers. Haven't seen Planet of the Dinosaurs. Not Planet of the Dinosaurs, Invasion of the Dinosaurs. It's understandable. They're both insane. So, okay, hold on. We're about to bring our one and only guest for tonight. So, here we go. Thank you. By the way, thank you so much for the Doctor Who talk. That kept me going for a good hour. Hello, Andres.
Hey,
Hey.
long time since I've last been on this channel of yours.
Yeah, actually, like the last time we've had you on Night Owling, that was a really good episode. It was just you, me, and Brayton just shooting the poop.
Come on, man. Just why do you gotta censor yourself on the internet of all places?
All right. BB gunning the turd.
You don't have to worry. JD Lee is nowhere in sight.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, thank you. I think you're like, it's funny too because I was struggling for the first 2 hours, like, holy crap, how am I gonna do this? And then Shay Smith, like, I'm all by myself, I'm rambling on about television. And oh, by the way, Shay Smithers, he says, I would love to talk online, but I don't own a computer. I just have my phone and my tablet and getting onto the internet. Could I still come on with one of those? He means
it really. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's like you can still access like Skype or Discord through a tablet and a phone, can't you?
Yeah. You can have Skype on a tablet or phone. That's how I've managed to talk to you on a few cases.
Okay, excellent, excellent. You're coming out really clear too. So,
Thank
um,
you. Well. That's because I got my PC, my laptop and Blue Yeti mic set up.
oh,
Just got
excellent.
back. I just got back from work. It's like 8:30 in at night, and
Okay,
I got a couple hours before I got to go to bed, since I got my first class at 10 in the morning.
okay, excellent, excellent. Because I, yeah, I just was like, I just did this live stream impromptu. No, that's not a real word. I did the.
No.
This was an impromptu live stream, and
Yes.
originally I was just going to use this as like fodder to read those questions you gave me in the tag video. Thank you, by the way. That makes me feel
Ah,
like I deserve it. Of course, I was going to take what I said
of
here and
course you do.
yeah. I was gonna take what I would say here and just like kind of edit it down for a future video. But yeah, I was gonna take the
Uh-huh.
5 questions. I did talk about my thoughts about Power Rangers going fully American, and they
Hmm.
weren't positive.
Of
um,
course they're not.
yeah, it's like I'm gonna miss the monsters if they go fully
You
American.
and your fucking obsession over those stupid
Those
monsters.
monsters were my childhood friends. When there were no Heisei Godzilla movies available in the American market, I had Goldar, Mad Mike,
You'll never
Bones,
leave me,
Madame
will you,
Woe,
Madam Woe, Pizza Mike, Pudgy Pig?
yeah,
Not you,
Somnibot.
not you, not you, pumpkin wrapper. Nobody likes you. And
I
I'm gonna be right 20 years from now. Oh wait.
Yeah, it's ironic. Thanks to you guys, I've grown to love the pumpkin wrapper.
Now now how much will it take for us to get you to love the Tiga monsters?
Yeah.
Of course, you can love Pete's Mad Mike, but you won't give any love to the majority of the Tiga monsters.
Okay, there
You
are.
have no taste, good sir. And of
Oh.
course, I'm not serious at all. I don't care one way or the other. I know you know I'm that I'm joking, but for a lot of people out there, especially within this fandom of ours, they tend to take things really seriously.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Tiga, and this is no offense to you, but I think the reason a lot of people latch on to Tiga so much is like sort of a grandfather's nostalgia
I'll have
clause.
you know, good sir, that I've had friends who have watched Tiga and Dinah and prefer the former than the later.
Unfortunately, I'm the opposite. I think all the lessons they learned in Tiga they improved in Dinah, and I think Dinah consistently has way more fun stories and action adventure. And
Yeah, well, Tiga's not Dinah, so therefore, well, Dinah is not Tiga, therefore it is inferior.
yeah, but does Tiga have an episode with a love story between two giant gorillas? I don't think
It's
so.
so amazing it doesn't need a love story between two gorillas.
Is there an episode of Ultraman Tiga that's unofficially inspired by Gridman's Megavirus monsters where Dinah battles a digitally created T-Rex monster from a fighting game? I don't think so.
Who cares? We got Ultraman Mebius's episode where he got to fight a digital recreation of Zeton for that.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Marquette monsters. There was also Nova from that episode. So, but
Yeah, and he got to team up with two of Ultra Seven's partners,
well,
monsters.
I don't know. I like Dinah a little more, and some of the monsters. I especially love that they finally gave the aliens some personality, which was kind of lacking in Tiga. But I'll be honest with you, there are some monsters from Tiga I really do like. Sakuna Oni. There is a monster they need to bring back because not only is
He's so great. They got Planet X Asia to make a figure out of him,
definitely, but no, not only is he
official
yeah,
figure.
not only
They made they made what was it? They made the like Planet X Asia was commissioned to do pseudo chibi-ish figures of Bolton,
hmm
the Red Man version of Pigmon, or not Pigmon, but the Red Man version of the monster from Ultra Q that later became Pigmon.
hmm
Obviously to tie in with the new comic. They made one off of I think it was the Ultraman 80 version of Gomora, the one with the four horns.
right.
And who do they get to represent like the Heisei Ultraman? Who do they get to represent their first Heisei Ultra monster? None other than Sakuna Oni.
Yeah. But you know what I really like about Sakuna Oni? Well, first off, he's a basic Oni character. There's a lot of those in the Ultraman franchise. but he looks fantastic. I love
Yeah.
the fake muscles, the grotesque face he has, the goat
Mm-hmm.
legs, and that badass leather straps he's wearing. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but not only that, he's actually the only Oni monster who has a fantastic backstory. You know, like what is it? We were like, I was geeking out about Doctor Who for the last hour with Shay
Mm-hmm.
Smithers, and it's like,
Mr. Smithers.
yes, Mister Smithers, yes, Shay Smithers. If I do a Doctor Who podcast, I'm definitely bringing you aboard. So, but no, one of the things about Doctor Who villains is that a lot of them have like really cool backstories that you don't see, but it gives a feeling that there's like a bigger universe out there. It's almost like Lovecraftian fiction. And I love that
Mm-hmm.
Sakuna Oni, if you really get into it, his backstory is that he was the big bad monster. He was the big bad of his own story.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, like one of the questions you gave me, what tokusatsu series would you like to see an anime of? And
Mm-hmm.
quite frankly, there's a lot of cool story elements from various tokusatsu series I think you could turn into their own series and do an
Mm-hmm.
anime. And I'd love to see a story that talks about that samurai, the arch rivalry between Sakuna Oni and the samurai who battled him. And it'd just be like kind of like a demon slayer but meets Attack on Titan, except the
Mm-hmm.
monsters are highly intelligent. And Sakuna Oni, he's such like an immortal big bad. He's the equivalent of Clancy Brown's evil Highlander from the first Highlander. You know, he's just this big immortal thug, and he's so
Mm-hmm.
cool. And there's a monster. I think if you brought him back, he would be, if you did him right, he would be a awesome major villain, who could like back up other bigger villains or be his own villain. Like I can imagine. Like, there's no Dronimon anymore, so he's gonna take all the monsters of Earth and become their new overlord. Like, there's so much
Mm-hmm.
you could do with Sakuna Oni. And that is one of the better episodes too. I especially love the little back and forth between the Ghost Samurai and Daigo. So that is a really good episode. I like the Halloween episode. And the witch monster in it is so cool too. She's really neat.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
like she's also one of those rare Ultraman monsters that's like right dab in between an alien invader and a kaiju. So she's more
Mm-hmm.
interesting in that way. And not only that, but she has her own personality, even knowing that she's a nefarious alien who's sucking up kids' souls. They never did show what happened.
You've already drawn her, didn't you?
She's okay. She's not sexy. She's pretty grotesque and terrifying. But I do want
Neither
to.
is Madam Woe. Neither is Madam Woe, and yet you found a way. You found a way.
Madam Woe is glamorous, okay? And it's not my fault. Never mind. It's as much as as Madam Woe is beautiful and glamorous, but if you know that I have crushes on other Power Ranger monsters for reasons both
Oh,
good and
do
bad.
I?
Yes, Itasis and Icy Angel, but that's a different story for another time. So,
How about another story for no time?
unless I do an illustration commentary of all the
God damn it!
the bikini Power Ranger monster art I've done.
Well, let's just hope you don't get demonetized or worse, banned from YouTube when you
Oh my
do
god.
that. You know,
Yeah.
just do that. Just do that as a live video on Facebook. I think you'll be okay.
Look at my hentai art. Yeah, I know my entire channel would be destroyed if I ever did an Ashoma Likes Giant Monster episode based on the Techno Slime Girl. But anyways,
God damn it!
I
Save that for what few people are still on Tumblr.
yeah.
Oh wait, no, you can't do that on Tumblr anymore. That's why Tumblr's dying.
Right. Shay Smithers says, haha, not the first time I've heard a Simpsons reference. Yeah, but we like Mr. Smithers. He's like one of those antagonists who can also be a good guy and ally depending on the episode. So, and he's a sweet guy too. He deserves better than Mr. Smithers. Wait, no, Mr. Burns is the bad guy. Mr. Smithers is his sidekick. Okay, well, I got it right. But yeah, I like the witch monster. She's just a really cool villain, and it's neat. I love supernatural aliens. It's something you don't see in fiction that much. An alien from outer space who's also kind of a magical threat in its own right. Unfortunately, because she's so niche with the Halloween thing, it's gonna be hard to bring her back unless there's like an American Ultraman related project, and it's like, hey, let's bring. What's her name, anyways? The witch monster from Tiga.
Let me find it.
Okay.
Tiga.
Oh, whoa, dumb dog. You dumb dog. What did you do? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what did you do? Okay, oh, you poor little thing. You tried going to that little bed I set up and you must have hurt yourself. Okay, hold on. That or you got
Okay,
Go on.
G- Galanbo,
Galanbo. Okay, that's
or
not.
because there's I guess there's technically no official. I don't know if there's an official English translation. Oh, well, then again, it's been a while since I've seen my old 4Kids subtitled DVDs, but it's either Galanbo or Garanbo, or
Garonbo.
if you want to go super Japanese pronunciation, Giranbo,
Yeah.
where you just roll the R like you're speaking Spanish.
You know
Giranbo.
I'm gonna fail miserably trying to say her Japanese name.
Again, just pretend you're
Kyoryuger.
speaking. Just be. Yeah, actually, that's actually one of the few times you've actually said that right.
Oh, thank God. All right. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Ultraman Tiga monsters I like. I'm not going to go over each and every one. Silvergon. Who doesn't love Silvergon?
Yeah,
I really.
he's a honestly, I prefer him over Red King anytime.
Yeah, Red King. Yeah, Silvergon feels like the improved version of what they were trying to do with Red King. And
Yeah,
Red King wasn't cool until Ultraman Max. Even then, that was like one of the few versions of Red King you could take seriously. But no,
even if he still looked like a giant corn on the cob.
yeah, but no, Silvergon has a great design. And like you said, he's a big dumb bully, but he's one who's powerful enough to destroy force fields with his bare hands.
Yes.
I would love to see Silvergon guest star in Evangelion, just punch the crap out of everyone. And when it's all over, he just reaches for Gendo and like says, "There, I ended the apocalypse. Now to give you a noogie with my thumbs." And Gendo's like, "This is not what I wanted in the third impact." So yeah, but no, Silvergon is a lot of fun. I really wish they did more with Golza, though. It would have been great if Golza was like a recurring monster agent of the darkness, and he would just show up every once in a while, and maybe assist other monsters to be his own threat. I did appreciate that they did come back and finish his storyline with that return appearance of his, because usually most Ultraman shows are so poorly written that they set up cool
although,
concepts, but they never revisit them, unfortunately.
although they did brought Goldress and Silvergun back as King Silvergun and King Goldress in the Super 8 Ultra Brothers movie.
Which was appreciated, because I was going to mention I like Goldrust quite a bit too. That's again good monster, good episode because of the tragic love story with a girl from another time. But that Goldrust, not only does he have a really cool design, but the idea that he's a time warping monster makes him interesting, very unique. And of course, he's a play on Bolton. Well, technically, there's another Ultraman Tiga monster who's inspired by Bolton, but Goldrust's power is very much Bolton inspired. So, and not only that, but time travel. We need more time traveling kaiju. There's not that much out there. There's like
No, not really. There is the what was it the alien from with the monster Yagi. I think it was Yagi from the
yeah, that
30th anniversary special where
yeah
Daigo goes back in time and meets Ultraman 66.
yeah, the monster was named Yagi, but the alien who looks like Charlie Chaplin, if Charlie Chaplin ate too many ho-hos, is Chanjira. And Chanjira is likable. I do like Chanjira. It's nice that it's like that's the thing about Tokusatsu. They do the monster of the week, and usually the monster dies. But if the monster is too likable, you feel kind of bad. And I like that Chanjira is probably somewhere out there. That's another thing. There's a lot of great Ultraman characters you can bring back. Like maybe Chanjira is still out there collecting monsters, and either our heroes have to stop them or something. It's like that's a great character to revisit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I do like Golza, but I wish they did more with him. Although, again, I think Silvergon definitely makes up for it beautifully. I have a guilty pleasure for Leon's. How do you say his damn name? The mutant dolphin monster, who wasn't fighting Tiga. He was just playing with him.
Tiga monsters.
Yeah, Leylons. Oh crap.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, just gotta look at how they pronounce it in Japanese.
Okay, I'm gonna answer Shay Smithers' question here. So far, for Ultraman, I've only up to Ultra 7. Looking forward to getting more into it.
Leons.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry. No, Okay, Leylons.
Leylons, yeah.
Or if you want to go Rayrons, or switching the R again, R's and L's are a pain when there's no official translation.
Yeah, Leon's okay.
Leylons.
Yeah, his design is too clunky for an elegant sea monster, but again, he's a mutant dolphin, so I can understand. Or is he just a mutant fish? They never really made it clear.
A sea creature that mutated into a monster from radioactivity from human testing affecting its resting place.
Yeah.
All right, so they don't tell you what it is originally.
Yeah, but what I don't know. He's a fun character, and I like how he wasn't evil. He was just mischievous and mutated. So thankful.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here's some trivia. Originally, Leylon's design called for his head to be placed where his horn is. However, it was placed in the midsection, both for the suit actor's safety and to make the monster look cute.
Now that you mention it, yeah, maybe that's why there's some. Like, I don't mind
I know you don't like monsters shorter than Ultraman.
Well, yeah, with Leon's it works because he is sort of a comical character, and I figure he's sort of like I get the feeling that he's probably a little kid who's just recently turned into a giant monster, because his battle with Ultraman Tiga, it's not really malicious. It's just him screwing around with poor Tiga. Like, I'm gonna blow bubbles in your face. Yeah.
What was another one? The spaceship monster.
Yeah, that was kind of disturbing. I didn't really care too much for the episode, because one of the things about Tiga is that whenever they introduce a guest star character, you know something horrible is going to happen to them by episode ends. It's not as bad as, say, Cowboy Bebop or Ultraman Leo, where every guest character is like, oh, I'm the new guest star character for this episode. Thanks for giving me a lift, Grim Reaper. You're welcome. But no, that was oddly enough, when Ultraman Tiga was airing in America, that was the only monster I remember the various Godzilla fans and Rodan Roost liked. Like, they really didn't give a care about any of the other monsters, but they really liked that spaceship monster. So,
I forgot Kyrialoid. He's essentially the Bolton of this show.
Oh, okay. We were doing so well until we got to that arrogant bastard.
What? He's a good character.
He has a great design, but the personality, just what a bunch of arrogant yuppies arrogant yuppie demons from the ancient times. Like they're everything I hate about Ultraman monsters. Nowhere near as bad as that one alien who was hunting those poor other aliens, but so arrogant. It's like, oh, you humans, you're polluting the earth, and we hate you, and we're a superior life form, and we would never run and hide like you weak humans. And of course, when Gatazola appears, guess what? They're the first to run away, while still laughing about it to Ultraman's face. Like, what a bunch of arrogant.
Of course, they want to look bad in front of their enemies.
Like the Killeroloids. They're the kind of Ultraman aliens that I don't mind seeing other Ultraman monsters show up and beat the shit out of. I'd love to see them get their ass handed to them by Zogu from Gaia, or like the Grand Spheres from. But yeah, they're arrogant pricks. Weirdly enough, though, there's that highly inaccurate Hong Kong manga based on Ultraman Tiga, where I actually think they did.
Wait, from Dark Horse, right?
Yes. I think
where they essentially took their name and apply it to what is essentially a straight up copy of Bolton.
Yeah, but they made those characters more sympathetic, and they added a bit of the Go Nagai demon mythology in there, where the Killeroids, yes, they were beings born from darkness, but they weren't inherently evil, and they got a bad rap from the battle between the super ancient humans and Ultraman. And the one Killeroid we meet, he's sort of an anti-heroic character who. He helps Ultraman saves the day, but he also says, yeah, I don't forgive you guys for what you did to my people. And I think I appreciate that a lot more. Again, it's very similar to kind of the bad rap that the demons got in the Devilman series. Even knowing that, and plus, even knowing the Devilman demons are like a little too extreme to be too sympathetic. It's like, we have a right to survive. Now we're going to kill you and your family. Sorry, it's business. But yeah, I don't know. It's the killer. Like, they're so arrogant bastards. I just wanted to see them get kicked in the balls.
I forgot. Was it Alien Reguron or Alien Standell? That was like there were these two rival monsters. One was blue, the other was pink.
They were kind of cool. I got to. I like the weird technological design for the two aliens. And again, it's nice to see a good guy alien show up in Ultraman show and not get killed because he or she was weak. That's another thing about like a lot of the Oh, God, I know they've gotten better with alien representation in recent Ultraman shows.
God damn it.
Yeah. Speaking as a secret alien myself. Oh no, I spoke too much. I knew you were an alien. Andres, what are you doing? I'm a man
Me,
in black.
alien? Is it me, alien? Is this one of your Earth jokes?
Okay, I got into the series Resident Alien recently, and there's so many great jokes in that series. It's like, who are you exactly? You don't say anything about your past. I'm hungry. He just walks away. There, I took care of that situation. But no, it's good to see good guy aliens who can hold their own, even knowing that ultimately it was Tigga who had to fight Standil. Standil being the blue one of evil. So, but yeah, no, they had pretty decent designs, and plus the relationship between the old lady and the good red one was just sweet. Although it is a little awkward seeing, trying to give her a piggyback ride. It it's not very well filmed.
I remember. I remember. I found out about. I remembered Alien Regulon, because he had like a little cameo in Gridman as Akane's little profile picture on social media.
Yeah. Also, it's one of those. I do okay. Regulon has a good looking design. I love the weird silver starfish thing going on.
Right, the asymmetrical starfish
Yeah,
look.
yeah. I do like. He's not a favorite of mine, and he does kind of go into some of the cliches of aliens being too damn cruel and evil for their own good. But I do love that there is
Like they should be.
not all of us aliens are evil. Oh, I never mind. I mean, I'm 100% human. I like the baseball game. But I do like the kind of tragic backstory they gave with him, that he had to sacrifice his own family for the good of his mission. But I kind of wish they made a bigger point about that too. So it's like I think they did a better job touching on that same kind of backstory with the shadow aliens in Ultraman Geed. Like, they're not evil aliens, but they come from such a rough and terrible world that it's kind of screwed them up. So what is this is a section where we actually talk about the Ultraman Tigga monsters I like.
I forgot about this guy, Geozark,
Oh, yeah,
the Gubiris homage.
the Gubiris, yeah, aka the android shark monster that burrows through the ground. Like,
Yeah,
it's such a silly idea. I love it too much. It's one of those things that can only happen in Ultraman. I love the fact that at first everyone thinks
land shark,
Yeah.
smartest of their kind.
they're the only sharks that know how to dig with shovels.
Don't tell me this woman died from falling out of a tree. Saturday Night Live reference.
Right. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, Rena, whose is it? Candygram.
Yeah, man, you're that Geozark, right? No, ma'am. Hologram. Okay. Ah!
Alternatively, she sees through it, but then he just bashes the door like, "Oh yeah!" like only in Ultraman could you have something where like it's a land shark. That's insane enough. But it's a highly advanced android created by a mad scientist trying to lure Ultraman Tigga out. Only in the Ultraman could you get away with that. And not only that, but I think I like Geoshark because it ties into one of the few kind of villains you don't.
Geosark.
We'll call. I'm just gonna call him the Geoshark, okay?
It's just one letter, man.
Geozark? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I got a bit of hiccup coming up. Okay, sorry about that. Damn fizzy lifting drinks. I've been drinking sparkling water, by the way. It does that to me. What I like, I think what I really like about Geozark, however, is that he ties into a type of villain you rarely see in Ultraman done effectively. The human mad scientist. Like there's a lot of like evil alien geniuses, and there are plenty of mad scientists throughout Ultraman, but rarely do they actually pose a real threat to the lead hero. Often the mad scientist he or she will raise a monster or be responsible for a monster, but they always get killed by the creation fairly quickly. Like the Gyros episode from the original Ultraman. But with Geoshark, it really shows that the mad scientist who created him, who would go on to become Evil Tigga, really knows what he was doing. And and again, also Geozark reminds me a lot of like android monsters for like Garamon from the original Ultra Q, and also the Steel Comrades from the second act of Iron King. So yeah, I don't know. Just android kaiju's are just kind of fun. Like I know it's it's funny. It's like as a kid in Scooby Doo, I'd always be disappointed that all the monsters were fake. But then when I got older, I realized, wait a minute, some of those monsters were giant robots. Hell yeah!
Wait a minute, you mean they're all men in suits? Always have been.
Oh no!
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, here's another alien I remember: Alien Raybeak. Because this was the episode where Tiga, for the most part, stayed human size, and it was this kind of episode that felt very Ultra 7 inspired.
Yeah, and not only that, but the Raybeaks had a very fun design too. Like again, Ultra 7.
It's very simplistic.
Yeah. There's just these, and they're slightly inspired by the Tengu too, and the Tengu are like one of my all-time favorite. Tengu. I'll Tengu you. They remind me of the Tengu, yeah, who are among my favorite yokai. And you don't really see that many.
Want us to take another crack at it? How about you take another quack at
it? To quote Brayton, yeah, fuck those birds. Oh god, but yeah, that was just a fun episode because it tried to do something different. I kind of wish Tiga did more episodes where. Like, what is it? As much as I love giant monsters, I do love the variety in Ultra 7 where not all his opponents were giant size. And you got a lot of really cool, silly episodes out of it, too. I'm trying...
I remember Zoiger. He was a cool one. I think they gave him, like, a two-parter.
Oh.
Or no?
No, it wasn't a...
No, he was just episode 50.
Yeah. While Gozor... Is that how you say
it?
Zoiger. Oh yeah, the weird Rodan-like monsters who were servants of Gatazola, right?
Yeah, Gatanazola.
Yeah, blah 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 blah.
Mr. G.
Mr. G, thank you. The big scary Mr. G. I'm Mr. G, and I'm here to take over your world.
I'm Mr. G. Who's the big scary robot monster that Tiga fought underwater?
Oh god, those guys were pretty neat. What were they called? God damn it, you got me praising Tiga now. Damn you.
See, there's a lot of characters. Even if every single one of them that we didn't talk about sucked, we got more than enough to justify Tiga's existence.
Yeah, the Gobnu is the name of the species of robots. And I like how it is a full-blown species, even though in the digital effects weren't all there. But what I love about the Gobnu is they're robots, but they go out of their way to make them like really weird extraterrestrial robots. They look like old-timey ancient statues. They're hollow, but they're still mechanical. And even knowing their backstory is kind of lame, it's sort of like the James Cameron whack-a-mole theory that if an alien species is threatened by an upcoming intelligence from a primitive species, they go and destroy them, hence the whack-a-mole theory. But it works as a decent alien invasion threat, and it was like the first major threat the heroes of Guts faced, because they infiltrate the main base, and you get that great scene of just Gobnu lifting those poor Guts interns and throwing them across the screen. But yeah, it's an impressive giant robot threat, I think, and its simplistic design is very appealing, I think. So, hold on, I gotta go back to the main page. Yeah, I might not like the series as a whole, but it did have some pretty decent monsters, I gotta admit. I do like Obiko, that tragic yokai and his living shadow, who, especially
what was his name?
Yeah, Obiko.
Obiko, let me find it.
Oh wait, his name is way more complex. Obiko Boishi.
Obiko Boshi.
Yeah. I like how he's inspired by yokai lore, but he's an original character. And not only that, but it's so cool that he's played by... Who's the actor who plays him?
Let's see. The wiki's not giving me anything.
Yeah, hold on. Maybe it's in the trivia. But yeah, the actor who plays... He's actually a veteran of tokusatsu shows, and he's played several monsters beforehand. He was Father Magnet in Die Ranger.
Okay.
I also think he's the creator and sometimes pilot of the giant transforming tank robot in the Go Sager series. So
Okay.
yeah, holy crap! Yeah, they're not giving. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not saying his name. But yeah, that's a really like even though he kind of suffers from some of the tragic monster
Yeah,
nonsense.
even here, like under guest actors, Obiko, TBA.
Yeah, hold on. We'll have to find him somewhere else. Hold on. Yeah,
To
because
IMDb.
I saw Obi. Okay, cast. Huh. Oh wait, I think I may have found the actor. No, god damn it, that's a suit actor. God damn it. One who. Ugh. Bah. Better yet, let me look up Father Magnet from Die Ranger. You'll probably find him before I do. So, because the Super Sentai Wikipedia is really good about actors, not like the damn Ultraman Wicca, and I contribute to that damn thing. Father Magnet Die Ranger. Let's see who wins the info race.
So this is weird. So there's like information, barely any information on episodes 1 through 12, episodes 37,
Mm-hmm.
48, 49, 50, 51, 52.
Yeah,
This is super. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly name. Sorry, Shay Smithers. I'm getting distracted. I don't do well multitasking. But you ask what was the name of the kaiju from the original show that was like a mix of a Chinese dragon and a horse? I like that one. I wouldn't mind seeing that
Oh,
one.
Dodongo.
Yeah, Dodongo. He had a really cool design. It's kind of a lame execution, but I wouldn't mind seeing return.
Yeah.
And I think he
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think Dodongo was heavily inspired by like the Kirin dragons from Chinese mythology. Okay, so I'm on Father Magnet from Die Ranger. Okay. And I just gotta find. Yeah, apparently
Did you ever saw Dylan's fun depiction of Dodongo and Ultraman parodying the painting of Napoleon?
No, I
Let me
may
find
have.
it.
Yeah, I may have seen it, but I forgot it. I found the actor. Oh god,
Okay.
I'm not even gonna say his name. Hold on, I'll share it with you through Skype, and then you can say, it, and then I'll have some idea what I'm saying, right?
I'll share it. I found the picture, so I'm going to share it to you through Facebook Messenger.
Okay, then, yeah. Yeah, but no, this guy has shown. Yeah, the guy who plays. Oh damn it, Obiko Boshi. He's played a lot of kaiju and supervillains throughout various shows. It's like, oh yeah, he was the human form of Capra from Kaku Ranger. Didn't recognize him because he was wearing he was covering up his bald head. He was a regular human in O Ranger. Yeah, sadly they're not sharing any of his other properties, but yeah, you probably would recognize this guy. But it's really cool that he's pretty much the star of the episode, and it's kind of a bittersweet story, but I think it works. It works beautifully too. It's like you really do feel sorry for the monster at the end, and it was he just wanted one last hurrah to everybody remember what it was like to be in the old days when yokai were number one. So yeah, he didn't really mean any menace. So, but
Did you get the pic? Did you get the message?
Oh, hold on,
The picture?
Yeah, I got so many windows open right now.
Well, whose fault is that?
Me, I got so many windows open. What part of that? What didn't? did you want a phantom villain for that? Like Killer, I'm filling up everybody's internet with windows. Do my best. Oh, Kilo Khan, you horny bastard! Yes. Oh my god, it's a cool
Smashing.
Yes, Rocky. Okay, oh my goodness, that's a. I see it. That's funny, but it deserves like. I gotta get like one of the better DeviantArt artists and do like a remake of that. Okay, hold on. Let's close up some of these windows.
By the way, I just want to let people know that I just finished uploading my latest episode of Fully Endorsed, in which we invite our guest Crooked Lore to talk about the first season of Lego Monkey Kid, the Lego adaptation / sequel to Journey to the West.
Oh my goodness, that actually. I don't like most Lego, other than some of the Lego movies. I don't like most Lego extended media, but that actually sounds pretty interesting. I wouldn't mind getting into that.
It's a lot of fun. You can find majority of the episodes on YouTube. It's really weird because Lego has been definitely has like this history of doing both like original properties and license based properties
Mm-hmm.
like Marvel, Harry Potter, Star Wars, DC.
Right.
So in the meantime, they've been working on trying to building their own properties like Ninjago, because that means less royalties for them that they have to pay if it's all
Yeah.
original. So they did this with Monkey Kid as a means of creating another original property like Ninjago, and obviously appeal to the Asian demographic,
You know,
because everybody in the West knows Journey to the West.
yeah, and Journey.
Everyone in the East knows Journey to the West.
Right. Hold on. Shay Smithers says it's time for me to head to bed, guys. I almost thought he said called us bad guys. It was really fun chatting with you. Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you, Shay Smithers, with the Doctor Who talk. I wouldn't have survived an hour until Andres showed up. Oh my god. Yeah. So it's just you and me chatting right now, but that's okay. We can.
All right.
It's fun for future audiences, for the
Yeah.
20 or so people who enjoy it. So,
Yeah.
before we completely get away, like, what is it? Okay, the Monkey King story. I haven't read it myself, but I kind of got into it just because. First off,
Did you watch Overly Sarcastic Productions videos on it?
yes,
Great. That's essentially how everyone gets it. Everyone I know who's gotten into who knows anything about Journey to the West, it's because of their videos.
Yeah, but
which are great, by the way.
Yeah, and also those adorable illustrations too, just perfectly encapsulate a lot of the things that goes on.
Absolutely, yeah.
I love the part. It's like no one's out to save anyone; they're all trapped. Wait, who is this who will save the day? The horse! Da da da. Oh my god! And not only that, but it's just like, okay, the original stories. I think they work so well just because of how offbeat they are. Because you're dealing with the like fairly dark subject matter of demons who devour and kill people en masse, and a Monkey King who used to be pure, like a trio of demons who are protecting his priest who used to be pure evil monsters themselves. But it's done with such an offbeat humor to it that you don't really see that in most mythologies. It's like it's like almost like Greek mythology, but more self-aware. It's like, yeah, I know these guys are kind of bastards, but we love them nonetheless. And
I guess it does help that that the story itself was written in like the early, what was it? I want to say, when was Journey to the West written? I want to say it was like 500, 600 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fairly recent. It's way more recent than Greek mythology.
Yeah. Now, 600 years ago, that was a little after the medieval era, or just during the medieval era?
16th century.
Okay. So yeah, the medieval era was like 14th
Here we go.
century.
So 1592.
1592. Okay.
Yeah. So for almost roughly in the ballpark of like 400 years ago.
Okay. Just a quick aside. The actor's I'm gonna get his name wrong. Shoichiro Akiboshi. Oh, that's not so bad.
Shoji Tabuchi.
No, Shoichiro Akaboshi. He played the freaking yokai monster whose name I'm not going to say anymore. He also played Father Magnet in Die Ranger, and I'm trying to see what other roles he did. Oh, he was Black Owner, aka the nicer version of Black Operative from Ultraman Orb. You know, he was that alien who owned the coffee shop, and he also had his own Nova.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, but he's basically a take on Black Commander from Ultraman Leo, but except a nicer version of that species. Okay, he's appeared in a lot of Japanese television. In Kamen Rider Wizard, he played the fortune teller / Manticore monster. Blah blah blah. Let's see what else. Oh, in Grand Caesar, the TV show, he played Ichiro Hiraguchi, a space archaeologist, and he's also the creator of the giant tank robot who assists our heroes. Holy crap. Okay, I think I should get away from this because he's been in too much crap. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, that's enough from the bald guy. All right, I was going to talk about the last 3 Ultraman Tiga monsters I like, but I think do you want to move on to like Journey to the West talk and
Sure, yeah. I
yeah.
mean, just to help promote my new video.
Buy my book. Buy my book. No.
Buy Will's book.
Buy Will's book. Yeah.
He's the one that turned Sun Wukong into a sexy anime babe.
Yeah, I gotta talk to him. I definitely gotta do some fan servicey art for his books. So,
I love how like with a lot of people, they're always those kind of people who are like, oh, I don't know what would happen, what I do if people start making sexy art. Meanwhile, Will over here is like, I'll do it myself.
I wonder if he'll be up to a Miss Blue crossover.
I mean seriously, the dude actually hired an artist who specializes in not safe for work art to make sexy pinup art for two of his characters to sell at certain events.
That sounds about right. That's the only reason we commission anybody for anything.
I think you might have already shared it, but I will find it if I get the chance.
Yeah, but no, what I like about Journey to the West, like it's a mythological story, but with a lot of offbeat humor to it. It may get a little too flippant with like all the murder.
Although I would say it did lose a lot of its fantasy elements once they started going to space and fighting evil androgynous aliens.
Yeah, that was weird, and of course the final part where they got into that giant drill robot to fight these sleepy, boring aliens. It's like that was weird.
I think we are both referencing two very different things here.
Yes. What do you thought about that part in Journey to the West where John Goodman had a heart attack, but then he came back, but then it turned out it was just a fan fiction written by Piggy? Roseanne.
What?
That was a Roseanne reference.
Okay, but at least my reference actually is inspired by Journey to the West.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. That was Dragon Ball Z. Okay, that was totally...
You did know I was referencing Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, I thought you were just doing anime in general. I was referencing.
No!
I was referencing. Oh God, what was that? That insane anime with the drills.
Oh, Gurren Lagann.
Gurren Lagann. I almost said Godanner, but it's like no, the Godanner's the one with the sexy robots.
A sexy robot.
You haven't seen the series. There's way too many sexy robots in there. There isn't just one sexy female robot. There's like a whole army of them. Even the male robots are like giant studs.
I forgot which is the series that was directed or designed. Which was the series, the fan servicey series that had Obari's involvement? Was it Godanner or Gravion?
Gravion. Because Gravion, the robots are really cool looking, but they're like traditional super mechas. But all the characters who pilot them, especially especially a big buxom American female character, they're like way too sexy for their own good. And I know you're familiar with Obari's more safer mainstream giant robot work, but don't forget the guy's also done tons of hentai, including
I know.
Our recurring favorite Viper GTS, aka 3.
I know about that solely because of you.
Yes, yeah. It's
like where's the armor on these designs?
Exactly. Yeah, but Obari goes.
At least, wait. Did he also work on what was it called, Bubblegum Crisis, or is that someone else?
I think that was somebody else. He may have done the robot designs. He definitely didn't do the female designs. But he also did. Oh God,
he tends to draw his human characters very weirdly angular and pointy.
Yeah, That's definitely with the male characters. Although with the female characters, it's like, God damn it, that's too big.
For you to say it's too big?
Oh my God.
Hot meat kettle.
You're not Raph. You're a rapey alien. You found me out.
You're not Raph. You're Rafe.
Oh no. Yes, it's I, Rafe, Raph's evil British twin. So it's like Ray Fiennes, but I can do a Ray Fiennes impression, so I just went with that. Are you there? Did I lose you?
Yeah. No. I'm just writing just starting to share the video all over social media right now.
Okay.
With just me saying, Dylan, Will, and I talk about Lego's bizarrely ingenious adaptation / pseudo sequel to Journey to the West, Lego Monkey Kid.
Oh, cool. I do want to see it because I want to see how they handle like the various demons on the show, including the Bone Lady and the what was it? The Silver and Gold brothers.
So the Silver and Gold brothers are in season 1, as is the Spider Queen. but apparently the Bone Lady will be in season 2, from what Will told me.
Okay, and because it's a kids show, do they get the villains that get to stay around a little longer than a single episode
Yes.
appearance? Okay,
Yes.
because there is a lot of cool villains.
Well, the main they set up DBK, Demon Bull King, as the main antagonist of the series,
Oh,
along with Princess Iron Fang, Iron Fan, and Red Sun.
Oh my god, is Red Sun done as an anti-hero like he was in the original
No,
story? Oh, okay,
he's essentially Invader Zim.
that sounds about right for Red Sun. It's
Don't worry, Father. I will take care of the stupid monkey kid. I'll get the staff for you.
Yeah, but no,
and Sun Wukong himself is voiced by Sean Schemmel.
who's Sean Schemmel? That name escapes
Goku.
me. Oh, okay. that makes a lot. I see it. Yeah,
But thankfully he's not doing his Goku voice.
I see it. The fully endorsed episode 25 with Crooked Lord. So
Yeah.
Crooked Lord really does like the Journey of the West story, doesn't he?
I mean, he did set Sun Wukong as one of his two main protagonists for his book series, so he's got to like Journey to the West if he's using it as the backdrop for his book series, God's Wrath: Tournament of the Divine, books 1 and 2 available now on Amazon and Kindle.
Yeah, that's sort of like me constantly referencing Talos in my works and including a female version of Talos. But enough about that. Her name is Tila. Anyways, yeah, no, that's the great thing about mythology and other public domain. Well, they're public domain, but it doesn't feel as bad as, say, like making an unofficial sequel to the giant Gila monster, because you know,
especially when, according to Will, there's like, I don't know, 5 different cinematic adaptations of Journey to. There's like 5 China makes like 5 adaptations of Journey to the West like every year.
Oh my, yeah, there is like way.
It's like it's so hard to even like think of what is the definitive Journey to the West adaptation, because there's like too many to count.
Yeah, there are some that definitely stand out. I know the Shaw brothers did at least 2 Journey to the West movies. Unfortunately, only one, the Cave of Silken Web with the sexy Spider Women, came to America. I have the DVD. I should pop in and watch it this week. You know, for Spider Women. But there was another one the Shaw brothers made that actually had a Son Wukong fight a giant dragon in one sequence. Unfortunately, that one wasn't released. And then there is a Japanese anime version from the 60s that was released in America as Alakazam the Great. Mm-hmm. And even though in the dub job just completely murders any references to Chinese mythology, so much so that characters are renamed as other mythical characters. I'm Hercules. I'm here to fight you, Sun Wukong. Well, I'll call you Jercules. But yeah, no, I like that was kind of charming and had some really good animation in there as well. But yeah, it's so sad that there's like so much Journey to the West. I know Monkey Magic, which was a late 70s series from Japan, was really popular, both in Britain and in China. But that spawned so many unofficial sequels and remakes as well. And sadly, despite being a tokusatsu series from the 70s, they kind of toned down a lot of the more monster elements. So like instead of like fighting a monster every episode, like it's mostly just humans, which isn't bad, because I think like the villains of the Journey to the West are so charming and fun and know right that I don't mind if they're just portrayed as actors with cool makeup and Batman's 1960s Batman style costuming. But yeah, it's like a lot of the elements where they transform into full-blown giant monsters is kind of lost there too. Speaking of which, you know about Gamera 3D, right?
3D. Oh, okay. The thing that Yoshimitsu Banno tried to get made, right?
Yeah, after the failure / semi-success of Godzilla 3D to the max didn't pan out, but it led to the MonsterVerse. He tried doing Gamera 3D. Right. And as you might know,
which was essentially 3D to the max, substituted Godzilla for Gamera.
Yeah, exactly. They also changed Deathla to a kind of a similar Gaira, which was just Deathla with a more sympathetic backstory and reveal at the end. But no, Son Wukong was supposed to be in that movie and join Gamera to battle Gaira. Yeah, so we almost had Gamera meets Son Wukong.
That is surprisingly awesome. I mean, I am aware that in the story, Sun Wukong had the ability to turn giant,
Mm-hmm.
which I suppose may have been like the inspiration for the great apes in Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
But yeah, it would be cool if Sun Wukong had something similar to that. I mean,
exactly.
and funny enough, this was like what, like it had to be around like 2012, 2013 when this was happening, when Bono was trying to get it made. So I guess he was ahead of the game in terms of appealing to the Chinese market. Although I would say I can easily see Journey to the West being appealing to Western audiences, especially when Western audiences are already acclimated to Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
And I think you can like if you can make a successful Hercules movie, which I know technically there hasn't been a successful Hercules movie in a while,
Mm-hmm.
and to say that Clash of the Titans and Wrath of the Titans were successful is kind of dubious.
Mm-hmm.
But we've had a history of getting people to enjoy uh, Greek mythology on the big screen, and there's been occasions where Asian mythology has been adapted for the big screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I can definitely see Journey to the West also being turned into a sort of a movie series,
Yeah.
like on the scale of Lord of the Rings potentially.
Yeah.
Uh,
Granted, they're gonna have to like cut down a lot because that is a.
oh yeah, yeah,
It's not a novel; it's a freaking book series.
right, right.
It's manga
Which makes
before manga. It's One Piece. Oh my
it,
god!
no,
What
no,
if?
no, 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 no. Better yet, it was the original, the OG light novel series.
Oh my god! I was gonna say, how do we know Journey of the West isn't like the first issues of One Piece, and One Piece is just a continuation, and he's gonna be
Wait
around
a minute.
forever.
Monkey King, Monkey D. Luffy. Oh my
My
god.
god! Oh my god!
Rich Evans. Oh my god.
Cut to a distant future where there are only anthropomorphic apes, killer robots, and giant cockroaches. When will the next issue of One Piece come out, human?
Although, just a side note, if anyone has never heard, does if everyone is too afraid to get into One Piece like me, watch Totally Not Mark's entire retrospective on the entirety of One Piece that he went in completely blind and reviewed the entire manga like in the over the course of 7 months, and you will finally see what the big deal is with One Piece.
I've seen enough of One Piece to get the appeal, and it has a really great cast of characters. But holy crap, that's like, I got enough giant monster nonsense to deal with. I'm good. Like,
What about the giant women?
I know.
There's giant women now.
There's a gorgeous pink
Giant mermaid women.
I know, she's a goddess. I love her. She controls sea monsters. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Not her. I was.
She's Luffy's friends. Nothing bad ever happens to Luffy's friends.
Well, we're coming towards the end, and I love the theory that the big villain is gonna, because apparently the world. Okay, I'm not gonna get into a One Piece rant, but apparently the world of One Piece is loosely based on the 7 realms of Norse mythology. But we haven't seen the true demon world. Like, we've dealt with yokai, we've dealt with undead, we've dealt with dragon people, we've dealt with, all sorts of giants and other creatures, but we've never dealt with like real horned hellspawn demons. And apparently the theory is that the Dark King, who's in charge of the world government that we've only recently seen, he's actually also the king of the demon realm. And that the theory is the missing 100-year history is when mankind made a deal with the demons of hell to take over the world. And what the world government is basically just a prelude to a satanic cult that's going to destroy the world in the end.
Nah, knowing the general direction of One Piece, everything's gonna turn out all right.
Yeah, as much as I hate the Kelleroids from Ultraman Tiga, the world government needs to get its ass beaten. that magma spewing asshole needs to get his ass kicked. It's like, I know the Dark King is his leader, but I just want the Dark King. If the Dark King just bitch slaps him to death and then takes on Luffy one by one, I'd be happy. It's like the end of certain Power Ranger seasons where it's like this lesser villain you didn't think was going to be a big deal becomes the real big villain. like Queen Banshira. It's like, holy, she turned out to be an evil bitch in the end, didn't she? Okay, but yeah, no, like that. The great thing about like mythological characters is like they
Yeah.
are in the public domain. You can play around with them, and nobody's really
Yeah.
going to be too upset with them. Like that's what.
No.
Yeah, it's like what is it? We had that like with Greek mythology. They're interesting characters in their own right, but I think the great thing about Greek mythology is when you really get to the stories. Yeah, a lot of people talk about that they're very stories about human flaws and these godlike beings, but some of them are
Hmm.
pretty kind of humorous, both lightly and darkly as well. And I think that was
Hmm.
perfectly captured in that Hades video game that's become really popular last year. So
I'm kind of interested to play it because I've seen bits of it and it looks very beautiful.
yeah, no, I've watched a lot of gameplay and reviews of it, and it looks like I'm not a video game person, but that feels like the kind of video game I would enjoy because the gameplay is really good, but there's a lot of like really funny and clever stuff they do with the characters. So
Hmm.
and I love that now that people are getting into like mythology more and more, and we have the internet, that Dionysus, the god of wine, is becoming popular again. Of course, it didn't help that he has like the sexiest design in the video game. Like if we open the dictionary and find man crush, there'd be a picture of Idris Elba and Dionysus from the Hades video game. I don't know which one I want more. Probably Cumberbatch would be in there too. Damn it. I'm Doctor Strange. This is my American accent. Oh, but no, that's really cool. This Lego series sounds very interesting. I am definitely going to listen to this podcast of yours.
It is spoiler, just to let you know, like the rest of our stuff. I found the intro for Lego Monkey Kid if you want to watch it together.
Yeah, sure. Are you sharing it through Skype?
Yeah, I just shared it with the link with you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to turn down the audio for copyright reasons, or just
Sure.
remained it mute. But okay,
Sure.
hold on. I'm gonna.
And it is like wildly energetic. It's just as wildly energetic as the series itself. So the premise behind Lego Monkey Kid
Mhm.
is that it takes place in modern day China,
Mhm.
where you follow a kid who goes by the name of MK. And MK, he's a hardcore Journey to the West fan. And one day he finds the Jingu Bang, the power pole, the giant stick thingy that Sun Wukong used back in the day.
You mean the same
to
one
seal-
Goku has?
Yes.
Yes.
To save that sealed away the Demon Bull King like hundreds of years ago.
Mhm.
And so years later, the immortal Princess Iron Fan and Red Sun resurrect Demon Bull King, and MK essentially inherits this stick and the powers of Sun Wukong, and is occasionally trained by Sun Wukong himself to become the next savior of the world. And it goes into that direction, even though like Sun Wukong was never a superhero he was never really a hero per se in Journey to the West. A lot of adaptations over the years have portrayed him as a big, larger than life hero,
Huh.
saving the world from demons and whatnot. So that's the general direction they took with Sun Wukong for this adaptation, and so MK becomes the new modern day Monkey King.
Okay, so it's kind of okay. So it's a sequel spin-off to the original tale, so to
Yes.
speak. I thought it was just
Yes.
like kind of a remake of the original, but with
No. It's a modern day remake slash sequel.
Okay, now
Where all his friends are what do you call them? Are XBs? No. All of his friends are stand-ins for the original characters from Journey to the West. You have Pigsy, Sandy, Tang, and instead of a dragon horse, you have a girl who is a descendant of that dragon.
oh, that's fun. I like
Yes.
that. So now, okay, I'm gonna watch.
And because she plays the part of the horse dragon, she rides around in a white motorcycle.
Why not?
Yeah. So I'm at 0-0.
Okay, I'm ready to play too.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Oh, is it? I thought it would be 3D animation.
No, that's what Dylan thought as well.
Okay, this actually, wow, the Lego characters actually look really good in 2D. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This actually looks really fun. I love that the piggy stand-in is also a cook. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, he's the owner of a ramen restaurant,
Oh god.
and MK is the delivery boy of the ramen.
Holy crap! Yeah, that looks really good actually. You guys, you know that a lot of the stuff you review on Fully Endorsed I've never heard of before, but you find some treasures. Who's the
Oh
big?
yeah,
Yeah, who's the big
yeah.
blue guy?
That's Sandy.
Oh, that's a fun design for Sandy. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it's. Let me guess. Is he like the original Sandy? Like he's this big opposing demon, but he has like a very sweet, calm personality.
Yes. And
Oh
he has
my.
a kid, and he has a cute little kitty cat who looks just like him.
Oh, that is great. That is. Oh my god, that actually looks a lot. Oh, how many episodes are there? Do I have like 40 seasons I need to
Yeah.
get into?
Well, this is the one downside I have with this. Okay, so there's a 45-minute pilot,
Mm-hmm.
and then after that, there's 10 episodes that all run about 11 minutes, 11 and a half minutes, because these are
Oh,
episodes. It's one of those things. It's one of those. It follows that modern day trend where every episode has to fill in a 15-minute block on
yeah,
the air. And that's unfortunately the biggest thing Dylan and I have with the series is that we wish each episode had more time to breathe.
yeah,
Like we wish it had a full half-hour block schedule as opposed to trying to cram all these stories because it moves at a really fast pace and is very hyper, throws a shit ton of stuff at you, but it works for the most part.
yeah. That's the kind of problem I have with like something like Justice League Action, which is a very fun and charming series.
Mhm.
But that series, I think, would work great if it was like two adventures back to back, or every once in a while you had a full half an hour adventure. But because it
Right.
has to fill in that 11-minute to 15-minute time slot,
Mhm.
it kind of undermines it. I think that's also one of the like I like Adventure Time, but no, not
Mhm.
Adventure Time. Well, Adventure Time's okay, but I like Steven
First,
Universe. But it is a shame that it's if you were waiting on a weekly basis just to see 15 minutes, it really is kind of a drag.
yeah.
So I don't know. It is a weird way to
At,
go
le- at,
around
least,
about.
at least check out the pilot, which is 45 minutes.
Okay, and it's on YouTube. Is this a fan upload or is this an official one?
These are fan uploads.
Okay, all right.
So watch them or download them right now before they're deleted.
Now, okay, how recent is this show?
2020.
2020. Oh, okay, so it just came out last year. All right.
Yeah, along with the toy line, because
Okay.
of course there's a toy line. It's
Okay.
Lego after all.
Little buddy, come on! I'm holding you right at my face now. Okay, this is really cool. What is
Let
the?
me see.
Go on.
Yeah.
No, go on.
Just gonna check out when the first episode came out.
Mm-hmm.
So the pilot came out on June 13th, 2020 in Malaysia, June 27th, 2020 in Singapore, TBA for the US. So even though it was done in English and it's done by the same American company that did Rise of the TMNT, on top of other things, despite the fact that this was all like American made, it aired in Malaysia and Singapore, and rather than it has yet to be released in the U.S. So a lot of these are just like recordings of the original Malaysian Singapore broadcasts.
Ah, did they do
'Cause
okay in the foreign markets?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I just know that Singapore and Malaysia are two very, very like internationally heavy friendly markets. So it makes sense that a series based on Journey to the West done in English would premiere in those countries first, given that
Yeah.
there's a large Chinese population and as well as a large English-speaking population there.
Isn't Malaysia also the country that Two Bright Productions made Ultraman Reboot? However you say his name?
Oh, Rebu.
Rebu, thank you. The T is
They
silent.
wait, are you talking about RB, the two brothers?
No. The Malaysian
Oh,
Ultraman who looks like regular Ultraman, but he has that cool big blue color timer shield.
Oh, that one. Yeah. With the big blue thing. Yeah, that is from Malaysia.
Okay, yeah, because that character has become really popular thanks to both the success in Malaysia, but also the Japanese enjoying him just as well. It's
Okay.
so nice when a character appeals on an international level, It's like you
Yeah.
rarely see that, especially with newer characters. But like some of the classics still stand. It's fun. It's funny. Like the when Captain America: The First Adventure came out, the movie
Mm-hmm.
did okay business in America, but did surprisingly well overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Because despite the fact that he's an American creation, people like Captain America as a character know that he's pure and wholesome, despite the fact that he's wearing a flag. Less wholesome, however, is what I'm going to do to this dog. Okay, I'll be back. You go ahead and entertain whoever the hell will be listening to this later. I'll be back. Just give me a
Okay, then.
minute.
All right.
That,
So, did want to get this chance to let folks know that if you are fans of Journey to the West and would like a very sort of shonen anime take on it, I would recommend my friend Crooked Lore, aka Will Kearney, his light novel series God's Wrath God's Wrath Tournament of the Divine. Books 1 and 2 are available on Amazon and through Kindle and paperback. And yeah, pretty much it takes place in a world where the world is populated by a ton of gods from pretty much all various mythologies and religions, and they all decide to participate in a shonen style battle tournament. And the book series focuses on Sun Wukong, who in this version is a reborn half human, half monkey female with who is partnered with her caretaker Virgil. So, and they go off on misadventures, fight a bunch of gods and goddesses and monsters alike. So definitely do get the chance to check out God's Wrath Tournament of the Divine, books 1 and 2. And in the meantime, if you happen to be a fan of giant robots, you can check out my comic book series, Primal Warrior Draco Azul, issues 1 and 2 available on Amazon and Comixology, digitally and physically. As well as I also have an anthology novel out called Primal Warrior Draco Azul, Full Metal Chronicles, which is a collection of stories set in between the first two comics. So yeah, you can definitely check that out if you'd like.
I know everyone gives you a hard time for your what was it, plugging or name dropping?
My shilling.
Yeah, but you are a very good salesman and hype man for
Thank you
both
very
your
much.
works and other people's works. So, oh, speaking of which, I do want to make a small plug on my end, and of course, this unlike you, I'm going to do it horribly. How do you say I made this thing? It's coming out. Yeah, please watch it. Okay, so after a long time of finally getting the thing edited together, thanks to both my friend Brayton, the I don't know if you know about this, but the Glue podcast, which is a fake little comedy radio play starring my humorous supervillains from the Glue organization, short for Global Lords United Endeavor, is finally finished. And that's what you, me, Brayton, and possibly Win, we're going to have a watch party this Saturday. And I plan on premiering the episode officially the following weekend, either Friday or Saturday. But yeah, that's finally done, and I'm kind of looking forward to just put it on the flagpole and see what people think. But did we ever show you anything from the Glue podcast or no?
Maybe it's been a while.
It's okay. Like, but with that says, I definitely want to get your reaction because you're like the only one who hasn't seen it. I know Brayton. He says I'm never gonna do anything Glue related ever again. But you're half the voices. Never. So you know what that means. I gotta do the voice of Brayton from now on. So it's like,
Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Something's come along and it's burst our bubble.
I'm prettier than all of you combined. Yeah. Okay, he does say that quite a bit, doesn't he? Oh my god. So yeah, at least I have that as a big video project. I'm started work on the second episode of Inshoma Likes Giant Monsters. Although I realize that I think I'm gonna do I can do little side episodes in between the main episodes, talking about the more tertiary monsters nobody really doesn't care about, which would be kind
Then
of
just make them full. Just make them full episodes.
okay then. I know. I think I dug a hole for myself when I was gonna be talking about the nanotech creature. Spoilers. But I do have quite a bit to say.
We're
about the
in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Something's come along and he's burst his bubble.
So I drew this thing that's covered in stripes. Okay. The funny thing, like I did a portrait of the nanotech creature, and I gotta tell you, those I thought it'd be easy to do because slime monsters are so ridiculously easy to do because they're slime monsters. But when I
Yeah.
got doing the stripes, oh my god! If I have some sort of mental defect that makes it hard to do shapes and designs, trying to
Mm.
individually color each and every stripe on the nanotech creature definitely tested me. It's like, ugh, God, it was like pattern damn it. Dyslexic. What is that disorder when somebody can't read well because the words literally come off as a jumbo visually for them? Dyles
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia. Thank you.
Dyslexia.
Dysglexia.
Dyslexia.
Dys dyslexia.
Dys.
Dys
Lex.
lex
Ia.
dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
Say that 5 times fast. Yeah, I must have something similar to that when it comes to patterns because oh my god, like doing each and every pattern on the nanotech creature, that was not fun. So, which is I'm going to mention in the video big time, along with the concept of like, what do you call like in a Monster of the Week show where there's the majority of the monsters come from a single source, but every once in a while you have like miscellaneous creatures or third party entities, and it's not the same as a Supernatural Kitchen Sink show where you can just have anything any week. So it's like a good example, like everyone's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She fought vampires, but she also fought a wide variety of different creatures.
Filler.
Uh, oh, Andres, you hit it on the nail. It's like we're the Soul Reapers and we fight evil hollows, but let's spend 200 episodes fighting these boring vampire things.
Don't remind me.
I know. God, 200 goddamn the Bleach
Wait,
universe.
let me check again. How long was the Bount arc?
200 episodes.
28.
28 episodes. Why did it feel like 200?
Because it was a shit arc.
Yeah. Okay. The sad thing about the Bleach universe is like in the first couple episodes, they introduce a wide variety of different creatures we could deal with, and instead
Oh yeah, the Hollows.
not just the Hollows, but yeah, it's a world where fairy tale giants exist, where hellspawn demons worse than the Hollows exist, where artificial life forms and robots exist.
They were Hollows.
No. In early episodes of Bleach, it's
It was a Monster of the Week show with Hollows.
yes, it was a Monster of the Week show, but they mentioned that the Hell dimension, where a lot of the more evil souls go, is separate from the Hollows, and that there are
right, because one of the Hollows was actually banished to Hell.
yeah, and it was heavily stated that the demons who live there are much more terrifying than Hollows and are completely non-human origin, but we never see anything from that again other than a brief mention in one of the movies.
Yeah, wasn't there a movie about Hell? I only ever saw like the first two Bleach movies.
That's a good point. Well, I'll have to do my research and double check. But yeah, there's yokai and all sorts of weird creatures. But like in 28 episodes, you just waste it with these subpar vampire monsters. So
Let's see here. I think I wasn't there. I believe there was news that Bleach was coming back to adapt that final story arc that had that infamous rushed ending.
Good. I want that fire breathing guy in charge of the Soul Reaper Society to die. So many characters I hate.
He dies.
Yes.
He's actually one of the first to die, just to show you. Oh shit. This shit's gonna get real, son.
Yeah, he's such an arrogant prick. I want him, the Killeroids, the world government heads, to all go on one pyre and just burn him up.
What was that thing that people made fun of him for? He would be like, not traitor. Yeah, traitor! Ah! Execution.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. In March 2020, it was announced that the manga's final story arc, The Thousand Year Blood War, would receive an anime adaptation. But that was a year ago now.
Well, do you think 2020 kept the production?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, so many things. Oh god, and it's such a shame we'll never see Godzilla versus Kong. It's been pushed back to 4042. You heard about that, right? The news were just announced 2 seconds ago.
Let's see. Or what was that? Where was it? Yeah, Bleach, uh, Blood War, 2020, or rather, let's see, Bleach, Blood War anime.
Mhm.
Let's see. Yeah, March. Any news on that? Recent news about that?
You will find out
Okay,
soon.
so there was something that there was one bit of news from 4 weeks ago. Um, Bleach's anime is returning later this year after the animated series was dropped in the dropped in the mid 2010s or so. Uh, in preparation for this arc's upcoming adaptation. Hey, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's just a big old rundown of everything that's occurred in Bleach so far.
Hmm. I know. There's that dragon spin-off series going on. Burn the Witch. About
Oh yeah, that was a manga done by Tite Kubo himself.
yeah, but the series itself takes place in the Bleach universe, even though it's a different world altogether.
Oh
Apparently,
really? It was
yeah,
still in the Bleach world.
yeah. From what I understand, it's an alternate version, an alternate parallel version of England, where witches and
Hmm.
dragons still exist. And even though there's a British chapter of the Soul Reaper Society,
Oh.
they don't like dealing with dragons because they're not hollows, and we all know how the Soul Reaper Society
Oh,
works.
okay, so there's more than one Soul Society.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense because as Super Eye Patch Wolf stated in his video, he always thought it was very strange that even though the Soul Society is a literal society filled with people from all around the world from various cultures and time periods,
Hmm.
everything is just feudal Japan.
Yeah. So okay, I'm glad you mentioned it because I wonder why the hell is there a big buxy American blonde woman in there? That
How
doesn't
do
make
we
sense.
wait? How do we know she's American? Because her name is Rangiko Matsumoto.
Oh, so she's one of those Sailor Moon type anime characters.
Who's supposed to be Japanese, but is clearly not designed to look Japanese.
Isn't don't you love if you're an anime fan and your parents have some slight interest in anime, don't you love that inedible conversation you have? It's like, Raph, I have to ask you, what nationality are these characters? Well,
They're,
it
well,
depends,
the,
Mom.
the thing is, it's like that's the thing. People will be like, "Oh, it's blonde hair," but then like this is a world where characters have blue, green, and red hair. Okay,
Hmm.
hair color does not matter here.
Just talk to the Yu-Gi-Oh kid, damn it. And he's half Egyptian,
Yeah.
spiritually. And it's funny too because a couple about 2 months ago, I
Hmm.
watched Castle Cagliostro with Mom,
Uh-huh.
and she adored it. But she was honestly shocked that was a movie from the late '70s because it looked as good as modern animation. But
Yeah.
it was yeah, but no, it was funny. It was like she was asking, are these all these characters Japanese? Well, technically they're half Japanese, half French. At least the lead guy. So it's like, oh, okay, but it's that whole conversation. It's like it's hard to tell the nationality because all these characters have blonde hair. It's like, are they supposed to be white? Are they supposed to be Asian? It's funny because the anime characters you think are purely Japanese, like Goku,
Mm.
technically they're not Japanese. They're aliens.
Yes.
So and if or Chinese inspired aliens, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that does get a little yeah. And do we know why anime characters have such an insane variety of hair color? Or you think that's just an
Oh,
artistic choice?
yeah, it's definitely just an artistic choice just to bring some. When you got characters who, not okay, this is not the case for every anime, but when you got a lot of anime where characters tend to all kind of share a similar template design wise, hair color is like an easy indicator as to who they are. So
Mm.
I think it's just a means of spicing up the character designs. I feel.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of American
Especially
cartoons.
in the case, especially in the case when things get really bad, like Gundam Seed's art style, where literally everyone has the same face and body, but with different
Oh,
hairstyles and color.
what? Why is that? Just a lazy character designer?
I think so.
It makes you appreciate the racially sensitive portrayals in G Gundam a lot more.
Yeah. Hey, I have no qualms about how Chico Rodriguez was portrayed.
It's wholesome racism. So
No, no, no. Okay, here's the thing. I do want to. A lot of people are easy to say that G Gundam is racist.
yeah,
I would like to make the
naive. You think
argument.
naive? Would you go on and make your argument?
No, I would like to make the argument. So racism implies that it comes from a place of hatred
Yes.
or superiority
And negativity.
That's and negativity. But I feel like that's clearly not the case with the Japanese.
Mhm.
If anything, they are more curious about the outside world. By that I mean outside Japan, than they are, hate that they are like angry towards it.
Hmm.
So it's like you look at something like Tequila Gundam. That is clearly a design based off of Japan's limited knowledge on Mexican culture.
Yeah.
And so they can only have what they can work off of. And you know the main source of Japan's knowledge of Mexican culture?
Spaghetti
Westerns.
Yeah.
Yes. So and spaghetti Westerns, that is more of like a American Italian product. And so it was through those Western movies that they got this idea of cowboys and bandits and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And that's how you end up with an a design that is meant to homage spaghetti Western characters. So it's like so I would say, yes, there is a form of naivety in there. But at the same time, I am personally flattered. I'm not offended. I am flattered by their decision to not only include some form of Mexican representation, despite the fact that despite their limited knowledge of that, they still were interested in representing this culture of mine, and they choose to do so through a very well-known genre of film.
Yeah,
and so again, and if you're going to blame anybody about Tequila Gundam's design, blame the filmmakers who chose to portray these characters. And one last note, when you look into the context of Tequila Gundam's episode, they see that the creators behind the shows were smart enough to actually subvert expectations, because looking back on spaghetti westerns, oftentimes Mexicans would often be the villains, but that's clearly not the case here, where Chico Rodriguez, the pilot of Tequila Gundam, is a legitimately decent guy who befriends Domon Kashu, and who the Domon actually helps free him of his services to Neo Mexico.
Yeah, I think knowledge of what's going on with the character and context means a lot to see past just the outside. It's similar to Speedy Gonzales. Once you get past the fact that he's wearing a sombrero, he's actually a very positive, heroic character. So
absolutely, yeah. And the fact is, his whole shtick was, again, subverting the common racial depictions. You see, when white people, or Americans tend to see Mexicans portrayed in media like spaghetti westerns, you usually see them as like ironically enough, Speedy Gonzalez's cousin, Slowpoke Rodriguez. They're slow, they're dumb, they're dim-witted, not too bright. But then you have Speedy Gonzalez, whose whole shtick is, hey, he's Mexican, but he's the exact opposite of what you'd expect out of these stereotypical depictions of a Mexican.
Yeah, even with that says, often he's defending a village of other Hispanic mice, but they're always portrayed in a positive light. Like, these are decent people who are being, oh God, what is it? Lorded over by a bad villain. I don't remember any of the villains from a Speedy Gonzales cartoon.
Sylvester. It's mostly Sylvester.
Yes, poor Sylvester. It's like, if he wasn't a cat, he'd be a pretty decent person. And I like cats. I got two of them right now. But yeah, no, it is funny. If you know the context of the character, it makes a lot of sense. And not only that, but it's funny you should mention that. There's even like non-spaghetti westerns that portrayed Hispanics in really scary light. Like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid portrays Mexico as an untamed land of wild monsters, basically. Oh my goodness. And the Wild Bunch too. It's like, yeah, it's like even the little kids are packing heat in that scary. And it's funny you should mention it, because there's a lot of like really good Hispanic characters in anime. Holy cow! One of the true heroes in Bleach is Hispanic. It's like,
yes, Chad.
Chad. Yeah, no, it's I had to pick an army of pure.
His name is literally Chad. You can't get more badass than a Chad.
Exactly. Isn't he a half Japanese though?
Yeah, yes, he is.
Okay, but he's still a cool character too, and I love. He's just so stoic and awesome. It's just unfortunately he always takes a back seat to like damn Soul Reaper Society jerks.
because Tai Kubo doesn't really know how to write a story.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
yeah, and plus, like, the more powerful, the more power, most of the powerful super characters in Bleach are all jerks. Like, you really need a billion swords to fight one enemy? What an arrogant prick you are! Get on the pile with the Killeroids. Oh my.
But yeah, I do. So it does annoy the hell out of me when people are quick to say racist when it's, in my opinion, it's anything but racist. Is it somewhat misguided? Yes, but you gotta, again, people call it racist, but I feel like it's not racist. It's just something far more complex than that.
Yeah, again,
And that's honestly why I have zero issue with Tequila Gundam. If anything, the more that I've learned about this robot, the more I have learned to genuinely love and appreciate what the creators intended to do.
Yeah, and not only that, but to be fair, we've seen worse examples of that in American animation for sure. But
Yeah.
more the point.
Oh yeah, like just look at any Mexican character in Family Guy. That shit I find offensive.
Oh yeah, definitely. But but then again, it's G Gundam. It's broad stereotypes for everybody.
Yeah, right.
Even the Japanese characters feel like they're like 1970s action Japanese films. It's like for like the more the more I revisit the Super Robot show, Fighter Daimos, or the more I realize, holy crap, G Gundam took a lot from Daimos. And that's why I'm so excited it's getting an official release from Discotech. You would love Fighter Daimos a lot, or Tosho I don't know how to say the damn name. I like the show.
Fighting General Daimos. Of their constant reappearances in the Super Robot Wars video game series.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. So I know everybody has that kind of grandpa clause where they got to do everything one at a time. But the great thing about the Super Robot Romance trilogy is that even though they're not directly connected. So you could start with any series and it doesn't feel so bad. But I appreciate Discotech going like, nah, we're not going to go one at a time. We're just going to skip to the best one and present it, because
we're going to go with the one that we could get the rights to.
Yeah, well, that too, but also, like, consider this. There are multiple Space Sheriff shows, but thank God they went with Just Beyond first instead of going Gavon and Strider and all that. I like Just Beyond for a lot of reasons, but I think it's definitely one of the stronger of the Space Sheriff shows. And plus, it has actual kaiju in it too. It's like it's one of the few toy shows.
And a giant robot.
Yeah, a giant robot. Yeah, and disco aliens. Yeah. But no, I'm glad.
It was the 70s. There was nothing but disco aliens.
Yeah, early 80s. Yeah, the weird time we were just trying to get out of disco. But yeah,
well, Japan is always a few years behind.
Definitely. So with quickly, yeah, but no, it's so cool. It's so awesome. I'm so happy that General Fighter Daimos is coming to, because I grew up with the American compilation movie Starbirds. Well, because even with a heavily edited American cut, you knew there was some respect going on the show because the original thing was so good dramatic-wise. But then I actually watched several raw Japanese episodes of it and still enjoyed it immensely. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the series in full and, officially translated. And Discotech does fairly good work, too. It's just a shame that everyone ignores them because they release good quality, but it's obscure quality programming. It's like, it's the Cyborg 009 anime from the 2000s. What? It's the Message from Space TV series. What? It's Starfleet, the puppet series. What? I've never heard of any of this crap. Yeah, exactly. What?
Nani?
It's Just Beyond. Gavon? No, Just Beyond. Oh. So, but yeah, God, and also Discotech actually hires and pays fan subbers to get the subtitles right too. So I appreciate that immensely.
Oh, really? That's what they do?
Yeah, so that's why the Just Beyond subtitles, while simplistic, is definitely better than some of the typo-filled stuff you see with the Shout Factory release of Super Sentai shows. So, as well as, like, I love the Mill Creek Ultraman DVD sets, but yeah, they definitely need to give their subtitles a second time around. So,
let me see.
Oh my goodness. So, but yeah, Oh my god, what a weird year. I never thought we'd be finally seeing this dumb Godzilla vs. Kong movie. A Godzilla anime that looks like it actually wants to be a Godzilla anime. A fighter Deimos. just so many things coming down the pipeline. So, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah, I am gonna end the stream in a half an hour though. So
Okay.
okay, because I am doing early morning shopping with Mama at the 99-cent store. It's open an hour early for senior citizens. So at least here in California.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I really liked. Okay, so I definitely going to be checking out the episode fully endorsed because I want to hear all three of you guys talk about the monkey show.
Okay.
What
Monkey.
is? Yeah, monkey. Monkey. Oh god.
Or people with that stupid GBK meme, monkey, big monkey.
What is the next episode of Fully Endorsed?
It will be about my favorite reality TV show, Kitchen Nightmares.
That should be fun. I don't like reality television show, but yeah, Kitchen Nightmares is that's going to be interesting.
It's so fucking addicting, man. Especially ever since that Kitchen Nightmares, the official Kitchen Nightmares YouTube channel had been like uploading clips and compilations of all the best moments from the show, and then you got like you got like official and unofficial full episode uploads. This past week, Dylan and I have been revisiting some of my personal favorite episodes throughout the series, and next time we're going to cap it off with the most infamous episode of them all, Amy's Baking Company, followed by the season 7 premiere of Return to Amy's Baking Company, where they did a follow-up they've done 2-parters, but they've never done a follow-up before, not counting the revisited specials where Gordon Ramsay revisits certain restaurants here and there.
Sometimes,
but,
from the few episodes I've seen, whenever they revisit a restaurant, sometimes like things are going really well, or they find a crater in the ground that says "What restaurant?"
Right.
It's like the Simpsons episode with the monorail. There never was a monorail here. Closes door, says Monorail Cafe. But I've never heard of the Amy Bakery restaurant.
Really?
Yeah. Would you like
That's the most popular one. Okay, go ahead.
No, I because I remember the one where the restaurant was so horrible that like Gordon Ramsay took out a giant a pot of rotted beans, slapped on a table.
Oh, that was
like,
the Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, I'm closing this restaurant down.
Chimichanga, that has my favorite line in the series. Chimichanga, chuck it in the bin.
What's wrong with you idiots? I get you all.
You bloody idiots.
Okay, is that okay? With that says, you were the one who came up with the Gordon Ramsay kitchen nightmare joke in the Gamera round 2 commentary, didn't you?
No. That was all on Brain when he said, "Where's the lamb sauce?" I'm ready. Where's the lamb sauce?
That was such a great gag too. It's like, God, we do such a good job on that to toot our own horn.
Yes.
But since we have a half an hour, please, in 10 minutes or a little over, what is Amy's Bakery? If you dare share.
All right, let me see if I can properly bring up my information, because I know this episode was so infamous that there's a literal Wikipedia page just for this episode alone and not for any other episode.
Oh my goodness, it's as infamous as a Twilight Zone episode.
So Amy's Baking Company is the 16th episode of the 6th season of Kitchen Nightmares, as well as the season finale of season 6. And so essentially, Gordon Ramsay, he visits this restaurant, which has run by a crazy couple with Amy and her husband, Sammy. And they're the husband and wife owners. Amy does all the cooking, and she refuses to listen to any sort of criticism and blames it all on online bloggers and haters and Yelp reviewers. And like she and Sammy essentially tried to get Gordon Ramsay there to prove to everybody that their cooking is good and that it's all the haters' fault, not them.
Oh no.
And like things got so bad that this was the only time in the show's history where Gordon gave up on a restaurant. He's like, "You two are far too delusional for me to handle this. fuck this shit. I'm out.
How dare you serve the customers cockroaches raw?
No. Here's the thing.
No,
The
these are cookies.
The kitchen was clean. Like everything was, the food was fresh, everything was organized. It's the people themselves that were beyond help, and they were so batshit crazy, Amy and Sammy, that they got memed to hell and back during 2013, between like 2013 and 2015.
Okay, so if the food was decent and the restaurant was clean...
No, the food is mediocre because she can't cook for shit.
Okay.
But she thinks that she's an excellent cook.
Oh my goodness. Why do I have the funny feeling that we're going to find out Amy stormed the Capitol about a month ago? I blame Pence for all the bad food reviews. Who's Trump?
There's a great website called realitytvrevisited.com where they look at like contestants and locations from Kitchen Nightmares, Hotel Hell, Hell's Kitchen, MasterChef, and several other reality CVs shows, and shows them what happened after the airing. And this is what it said for Amy's baking company. They temporarily closed the restaurant and reopened it on May 21st, 2013. Yelp reviews were mostly negative after the episode aired, with some loyal customers posting positive reviews. Miranda, the waitress in the episode, was fired for taking a tip that customers had hidden for her and is now working for Cracker Barrel. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Sammy takes the tips that were meant for the waitresses.
Never trust any business owner who does that. That is just, I don't want to say it's pure evil, but it's Killeroid level arrogance.
And also, Amy only hires female women because she doesn't trust male employees and men in general. Negative comments were responded to with a tirade of abusive and insulting posts from Amy and Sammy on Facebook, but the owners claimed that their Facebook account was quote-unquote hacked. Details of Amy's past includes a criminal conviction for Social Security fraud to obtain credit to have surfaced. It was also reported that Sammy was subject to an immigration case after failing to declare previous charges, including drug charges and trafficking. He was banned from entering France and Germany. Oh yeah, apparently he's like this like rich old dude from like the Middle East, I think.
Oh no.
One of the waitresses did an AMA on Reddit and answered a whole host of questions about the restaurant. The owners claimed they have received death threats and hired PR guru Jason Rose to help them with the media backlash, but they canceled the press conference and were dropped by the PR company after legal threats from Fox. They reopened the restaurant and reviews were once again mixed. They began selling merchandise with catchphrases from the episode, and Sammy and Amy appeared as guests on Dr. Phil.
Why do I have the feeling the follow-up episode is just stock footage from Mad Max Fury Road?
It was mostly like a collection of like documenting the media hype surrounding Amy's baking company, as well as the online backlash against Amy and Sammy, and showing off some like never before seen footage that was like left on the cutting room floor when editing together the original episode. Amy's baking company closed in September 2015 due to problems with the landlord. Amy planned to focus on an online cookery school to sell her desserts to businesses. Amy and Sammy have moved to Tel Aviv in Israel. Amy's baking company was aired on May 10th, 2013. The episode was filmed in December 2012 and is Kitchen Nightmares Season 6, Episode 15.
I didn't even know there was an episode where he just gave up on the people.
Yeah, that was the only one. That was honestly the thing that made the episode so infamous. That time where, like, despite all the crazy people that Gordon Ramsay has put up with over the years at that point, this was his breaking point where he's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
And I think there was that episode he visited Motel Hell too. Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Yeah, and so I highly recommend, if you're going to watch any episode of Amy's Baking Company, if you're going to watch any episode of Kitchen Nightmares, watch Amy's Baking Company. And I've saved the best for last for Dylan. We watched, what was it? Sebastian's. We've seen. We've watched. I'm just going to look through the set of episodes here that I've shown to him. Sebastian's from season 1, episode 6.
Was that
Oceana.
Yeah, Sebastian's. That sounds familiar. Wasn't that like a steakhouse they had to redecorate with a nice?
No. It was a pizza place where Sebastian, the owner, had like the most overly complicated menu for fucking pizza, where it's like, oh, my flavor combinations. There's like 20 different flavor combinations you can make. So you can choose one of these options, and then you can follow it up with one of these options, and then one of these options. It's like, I just want a meat lover's pizza, god damn it.
Oh, okay. So it'd be like the build your own pizza, except you had to choose the different combinations. Okay,
Yes,
that would be confusing.
It's honest, like Gordon Ramsay's like reaction. He literally did like the face from like the Scream painting. He's like, what the fuck is he going on about?
Oh my god. To be fair, I have problems where I make things way too complicated, but yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
The thing is, Sebastian didn't want to let it go.
Oh my god. So what was?
Yeah.
Okay, was Sebastian like a little screwed in the head, or was he like just a weird guy?
He's just a guy he's just an egotistical idiot he had like a delusional idiot who was already thinking about franchising his restaurant out and selling his food at supermarket frozen food at supermarkets, and Ramsey's like, you haven't even gotten the first damn restaurant started and you're already thinking about this.
God, I thought my Glue podcast was delusional.
He also had like one of the sickest burns ever, and where he's like, I've never had as little faith in anyone as I have in you.
Please tell me there was a happy ending to it, or you think it's just going to get worse?
Technically, yeah, but then the dude immediately went back and undid all the changes that Ramsey made, and it closed in like the following year or so.
That's the biggest disappointment, where there's obvious change for the better, but then they selfishly turn everything back, and then it fails immediately. It's like,
oh yeah.
That really, the sheer arrogance of people. Like, this kind of reminds me of a story my late friend Mark Tucker, this was like back in the early 90s. I'll make this as quick as possible. He wanted to do, like, he went to the local government, the local city hall in Manhattan Beach, to try to get some new measures for cleaning the beaches better for health and reasons. And even knowing that he knew the heads of the Manhattan Beach City Beach were in a like mind about that, they completely rejected his ideas until after he stopped fighting for them, and then a year later they implemented them, because it turned out it was just a selfish power play. Yeah, they were on the same boat, but the Manhattan Beach city heads at that time didn't want to do it because it wasn't their didn't want to do Mark's ideas because it wasn't their ideas originally. So they waited for a while until it was their ideas, quote unquote. So, yeah, it's just, you try to think better of people, but there's some people out there who are just selfish, and it's like, I want it my way. And I thought, I watched Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory last night, and I thought those kids were horrible, but it's like, there's people in real life that are even worse. It's like I feel a little sorry for that dimwit Mike TV and Veruca. No, not Violet Beauregard. It's like they were just impulsive idiots. They weren't malicious, self-destructive Well, technically they were self-destructive. One of them stretched out and the other one's blue.
And started an ungodly fetish online for reasons I'll never understand.
Well, yeah, I'm into some weird nonsense. You know that. Techno Slime Girl, Madame Woe in a bikini. But
shut up.
Allison Hayes, Viber GTS. Anyways, but classy, everybody. But even I gotta admit, like, there's some fetishes where it's like, no, you took something wholesome and you made it horrible. It's like,
and I'll never look at Beauregard or whatever her name was the same way ever again, because I know the internet has forever ruined that scene for me.
I think we can. The actress who played Beauregard, she was a pretty nice lady from all accounts. let's just be happy in the knowledge that she never knew what DeviantArt was before she died. So, oh my
Let's hope
god.
she never touched the internet. I bet she said, "Huh, let's see. I'm gonna look up Willy Wonka blueberry scene," and she gets a whole lot of results. It's like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god!"
And then she does that thing like Mark Wahlberg does in The Other Guys, where she just turns the computer off, lifts it up, and throws it out the window.
It's just like, you're supposed to be like somewhat laughing and at the same time horrified at this fate of hers. Meanwhile, a lot of people on the internet were like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, I think it has to do with that whole inflation fetish that a lot of people have, and
That's another thing I'll never understand.
yeah, I don't know, but
Again,
I'm
one person looked at a balloon and was like, "I'm liking this."
yeah, it's like I'm not gonna. Again, I'm into some odd stuff, but even I'm like, no, stop, please, don't come back. Oh my god, be grateful you're a good person, Andres.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I
Well,
really?
your love for Jessica Rabbit is understandable and wholesome by comparison to other people. So
How sad is it that we live in a world where Jessica Rabbit is considered wholesome?
yeah. Yaya Han, thank you so much for your cosplay. Oh my god. So with that, wow, this has been a really good show. I was surprised it went so well because usually I lose steam and give up around 90 minutes, but it's like, yeah, Shay Smithers had me going on a Doctor Who rant for an hour. And it's like I'm doing a thing where I'm going back to our podcasts. I'm editing them down into their own, to like different segments as their own individual videos.
Cool.
I'm working on one based on our thoughts on fan films and Gamma 4. Um
Cool.
but like our little talk about the Ultraman Tiga monsters, that alone is going to be like a good 20-minute video. So
Nice.
all
Better
right.
you better put up some visuals
Oh
there.
yeah, no, I'm definitely, yeah, no, those monsters deserve some love, so I'm gonna give them little vestas here and there. So, but with that says, thank you for tagging me in your video. I'm terrified to try to get something done, and I was even thinking of like doing like a prologue video where I do ask my various fictional characters to do it, and I'll tell them to go screw off. So at the end, I just wrap myself in a white blanket. It's like, yes, I will try to do this. Damn you! Oh, referencing you know who.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh god, do you think Gora's like you think Gorazard's gonna make it the second time around or no?
That you can never predict what David's gonna do, honestly.
Right. So with that says though, I think the hardest I'm gonna enjoy answering some of those questions, but I think the hardest part for me is trying to find 5 people to tag, so I think we'll see what happens. Oh my goodness. But we'll see but I do appreciate that. That means a lot. So oh, one of the things I do plan on doing, I don't know if I told you this, I do want to do
Mhm.
a live watch. Oh, yes, you do know, I do plan on doing a live watch of King Kong versus Godzilla, the original
Mhm.
Japanese version.
Yeah.
Yeah, a week before Godzilla versus Kong premieres here in America.
Uh-huh.
And Gorazard, of course, is going to supply the
Provide.
yeah,
Yeah.
provide. Dimos. Deleskia. Anyways, sorry about that. Now I'm being dumb. With the episode itself. So you've never seen the Japanese version of King Kong versus Godzilla, though.
Right.
Okay. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. No, no, no. Are you looking forward to that, or do you think that might be a bad idea to do as a live watch? Because we might just do it as just like
Why? Why would that be a bad idea?
I don't know, because Win has never seen the movie, period. Although, does Win prefer subs over dub?
I don't know. I mean, she's an anime fan, so I'm assuming most people who are most anime fans would have the the patience to read subtitles.
Okay. And Gorazard has the patience to read subtitles, and I have the patience to read subtitles, and I have patients at a hospital who like to have the patience to read subtitles. That was a pun. Not one of my good ones. Okay, so all right, so we got that project to come along, but yeah, I have the Glue podcast coming up, and you're very lucky because it'll be the first non-wackaloon who worked on it to actually watch it. So we would love to get your fresh opinion on it. So, but God, with that says, anything you want to? I know you already did a major plug earlier. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we end it tonight?
You can be sure to check out my YouTube channel, Kaiju Noir, where I put up I do a ongoing review podcast series called Fully Endorsed with my buddy Dylan McCandless, aka Super DM64, where we recommend stuff that to each other that the other person hasn't seen for review. In this case, every 5 episodes we bring on a guest, where we brought on William Kearney, aka Crooked Lore, to talk about the first season of Lego Monkey Kid. And also I put up a video where I answered 5 questions from another kaiju YouTuber, Titan Goji, which is a part of an ongoing series where one kaiju YouTuber tags 4 individuals to answer 5 questions. And so I did that, plus provide 5 new questions of my own, to which I also gave my own answers to.
Okay, excellent. So, and
also be sure to buy Draco Azul, available on Amazon and Comixology.
Right. Buy my book.
And also be sure to buy not just buy my books, but buy Will's books as well.
Right.
God's Wrath, Tournament of the Divine, Book 1, Book 2 available on paperback and Kindle.
Okay, excellent. So should we... Oh, we should also mention... do you want to mention the recent episode of Up Mill Creek we did with Brayton?
Yes, right. So go on to Brands and Films, and there you will see our off-the-cuff, unrehearsed... commentary series in which Raph, Brayton, and I watch and commentate and goof around while watching crazy public domain movies. In this case, we did the first episode on Boris Karloff's The Ape, and the second one is what was it?
The Beast of Yucca Flats. Yes, the movie that almost broke you.
Featuring Tor Johnson. So yeah, if you want to see me slowly lose my insanity, be sure to check that out on Brayton's channel, while you're also checking out our fan episodes of Mystery Science Theater 3000 versus Gamera Round 2, which Brayton, Andrew, Raph, and I all do our part in providing fan-made episodes covering the Gamera movies that were never covered in the original series.
Right. From the show era. We are not touching the Heisei era.
Yes. No.
Okay. Damn, you're a good hype man. And all I got is check out my dumb podcast.
Come on, man. If there's anything I've learned when it comes to shilling, is that you gotta act like your shit's worth something. Because if you got to make them want to know, yeah, my shit is good and you should check it out.
That's a good...
If you don't got the confidence in your own work, what makes you think they'll have any confidence in checking it out in the first place?
Okay, with that says, hold on. Where are you, Akira Kafube? God damn it. I need your Battle from Outer Space song. Where are you? I'm looking at my vast collection of MP3s I've made. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait. So, coming Friday, the 19th of this month, February, is the Glue Podcast. What happens when 4 pathetic D-list supervillains decide to try to advertise their good name with a podcast? The evidence were lost, but thanks to Brayton Connor, editor, Raffin Shoma, creator, and Wynn, voice actress, these evidence have been found. Only the guilty will be felt embarrassed by the horrors of the Glue Podcast, featuring Jack Hawkson, Kierna the Mad Scientist, Boo the Telepathic Terror of Tiny Town, Slime Ball the Amorphous Slime Man, and Jake Tanaka, Stoner with a laser gun. The Glue Podcast, coming next Friday, 19th of February. Your mind will want to take a break, but Glue says no. Okay. I was playing the the theme song from Battle from Outer Space, so I think I hyped it up pretty well, don't you think?
Yes, absolutely. Go do more of that in the future.
Okay, all right. Holy crap! I wonder if I can do a quick commercial for the Glue podcast. Oh, I'll just reuse what I just did. Okay, Andres, thank you so much for joining me on this show. I really had even though it was just me and Shay Smithers for a good 3 hour, actually for 2 hours. You made the next 2 hours really fun. I got like a really good second win out of it. So
Thank you. You're lucky that I finished this early compared to my usual work schedule.
that is true. That is true. But I think from now on, if I ever need a reliable guest, I'll do night owling at later dates and have you come in. So
All right, sounds
yeah,
good then.
yeah. But then again, it would be like first thing in the morning, night owling. It's just, brace your eyes, sun. The morning has arrived. Should be the name of the other show.
Although do let me know when you're gonna do these so I can let you know in advance when I'd be free.
Yeah, that is true. Like I just did this impromptu. Nah, damn it, that's not a real word. I just did this on the fly in order to answer those questions you gave me that I would edit later on. But no, this worked out pretty fun. Like the Ultraman Tiga monster reminiscing was great enough. Damn it, I might have to revisit Tiga. I know I'll regret it. Oh, that big dumb one who doesn't like every alien he meets, yet he always ends up falling in love with them at the end. Dead asshole. Okay, now I'm just getting delirious and giddy. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Usually I play a song to head us out, but I think I'm just going to end the episode as is. So, thank you very much to Shay Smithers and Andres for joining me tonight, and to anybody who will be watching this episode in the future. If you want to leave questions for a future episode of Night Owling, by all means. But that's basically it. So good night, everyone. And you want to say goodbye, Andres?
Until next time, everybody, take care.
Awesome. Okay, hold on. End stream. Yes, ended. Bye.
Also.